That was pretty good. Alright, no one's here yet. So I'm going to get the chat up. Alright, the chat is up. I'm assuming that's you, Isaac. We are going to have a special guest tonight. Someone who I don't think has ever made an appearance on a live stream. Hey, tacos and french fries. The other thing that I am deeply sorry about is that hey Major Ken, how you, yeah, I'm gonna smoke a cigar, so I'm outside tonight. The garden is actually doing really well, tacos and french fries. We took the corn out. I don't remember if I did a video on that or not. We harvested the corn. I don't think I did. We harvested the sweet corn, so we've got a big open spot. We took out the Irish potatoes, so we got a big open spot there, and we replanted some stuff that didn't take, but it's doing well. We've just got some small little issues, but this has been our best year so far. Hey, Keith is here. He'll be with us on and off. Looking forward to finding out who the special guest is. One of these days, Keith, that special guest should be you. You'd be very interesting. But anywho, let me get this cigar lit, and we'll start talking. Oh, Isaac finally got some rain. 95 degrees. Hiya, dopey. Hey, Half Can, how you doing, sir? I'm glad you're here. Hiya, dopey drawers. Moi is here to less of the Irish potato crike. They're there. So when they say Irishmen kiss the Blarney Stone, excuse me, Half Can, hey, C103, I'm gonna do some Irish stereotypes here for a second. When they say that Irishmen kiss the Blarney Stone, Half Can, like the French kissed it and gave it oral. A lot of Blarney. Okay, let me light this thing real quick. We are smoking something I've never tried before, but I figured it was fitting. It's called the Whiskey Rebellion. So we're gonna see what we think. When I saw it, I said, well, hell, if I'm buying a cigar for the Revolting Man live stream, Whiskey Rebellion's kind of the one you gotta do, right? Now, only if I hadn't bought cheap matches. Ah, Darthair is Irish for brother. Thank you, Darthair. How do you pronounce, what's the phonetic pronunciation of that? Grammar can sometimes be blamed on the juice of the barley as well, or in my case, homeschooling. Half Can sent me a message yesterday, or the deer there. Okay, it's pronounced deer there. Half Can sent me a message the other day making fun of our former vice president, and it was very, very funny. If it wasn't on my phone, I'd go get it and read it to you because it was funny. Mark is here. Hey, Mark. This is my fourth match. Jacob Guyton is here. Mr. Guiton, how are you, sir? Mr. Guyton's family, I call his dad Guiton because he hates the French and it pisses him off when I pronounce it French. But oh, you mean pedo Pete? Jacob is the son of another one of our close friends who is in close fellowship. Has actually been here to the homestead and actually has two of our puppies. Jacob, how are the puppies doing? Give us a puppy update, Jacob. And someone give me real matches. Ah! Can't handle my whiskey rebellion. That was funny. Well, let's see how that does. I think it's going to need another one, though. Isaac, when you say you're quarter French, you know that means you're half German, right? There hasn't been a non-German baby born in France in long time. I kid. The French are fine. Some of them. That's a little strong for me. It's not like it's some cheap, Dutch master shit or anything, but I might not get to the bottom of this one. Okay, so I have no idea when our special guest will be joining us. We're going to just vamp it until then. 1870s. You're right. Franco-Prussian War. Well done, Walter Davis. Well done, sir. Nice. Yeah, Isaac brings up a point. Gun culture in rural France is interesting. We used to have a UK subject, going to piss everybody off, citizen who living in France, who would talk about the gun. It seems like he had a SIG handgun, if I'm not mistaken. I was shocked at what he had. Anywho. So, we have a victory to celebrate. Come on, just don't knock anything over, you dumb animal. You are so stupid. Come on. Y'all want to say hello to the beast? Hey, over here. Hey. He's so stupid. But all big, hairy, white things aren't they? Okay. Our esteemed, now you're going to look? Now you're going to let people see you for a second? Our esteemed moderator, Isaac, this day has become a man. Yes. Yes, he has known the love of a woman for the first, no, I'm kidding. He has bought, he's a pretty good dog, Polecat. Polecat? I'll show you one of the puppies, but we've still got, technically we have two puppies, one spoken for and one we're keeping. And they're looking good. No, our esteemed moderator, Isaac, has this day joined the ranks of manhood. He has bought, shalom, Mikey. He has bought his first assault rifle. I won't ask him to comment on whether or not he has 30-round magazines, because I think in his, the Soviet Socialist Republic of Boston, that high-capacity magazines are banned, along with testicles and breasts on anything other than men. but he has bought a Mini 14, which is a perfectly serviceable. If an AK-47 is still tactically serviceable, then the Mini 14 is, damn near a super gun, because it's a very competent little close-in rifle. I am a naughty peasant. We'll leave it at that. Nicely done. All right. So those of you that aren't familiar with the Mini 14, and all of you are, I'm just talking to hear the sound of my own voice because I love it so much. That's the little Ruger, wood-stocked. Everyone talks about it being a copy of the a miniaturization of the M1 Garand, and I guess it is. I always sort of thought about it as being a beefing up of the M1 carbine, but it doesn't have the gas tappet, so I know that's not. Hey, is Palmetto here? Hey, Palmetto paratrooper. So it is, I guess it's a miniaturization. You're right. Someone said that baby M14. It's more of a baby M14 because it's got the detachable box magazine, and obviously the Garand was fed by an 8-round M-block clip from the top. But I've owned probably 6 of them over the years. Actually, in a very compressed period of time, I owned 6 of them. If you're going to be irritating, I'm going to send you away. And I tell you what, now I had a bunch of Mini 14s. I had those 6 Mini 14s. Braves lead the Angels 7-2. Woohoo! Kyle Wright had a good game. And I don't remember how I ended up getting rid of them. Anyway, at some point, so I ended up with an AR-180B. And if you don't know what an AR-180B is, that was the rifle Eugene Stoner designed right after Armalite sold the rights to the AR-15 to Colt. Colt bought the rights to the rifle, and then they got the military to adopt it, which Armalite had been trying to do and couldn't. And so, but Colt had all the lobbyists they needed to get it adopted. And when they did, Armalite went, we just gave away a gold mine. And so Eugene Stoner quick designed another rifle, sometimes called the AR-18, but I don't think that's correct. I don't think Armalite called it the AR-18. I should look this up. I shouldn't be talking without having my facts straight, but it's a live stream. If I had to give my facts straight, we'd never get anything done. Saxon of Riverstone, save that question. We'll come back to it. Mini Eagle. Yeah, the 7.62 is the Mini 30, but it's not the numbers 30. It's actually the spelled out letters with letters 30 is the official. It doesn't matter. So he designs this rifle, and it gets called the AR-180B. And our Irish, Half-Can I was about to point this out, and Half-Can said it for me. The Irish Republican Army ended up loving the AR-180B. And it ended up being this incredibly influential rifle. Most of the military rifles in the world right now that aren't the AR-15 are actually copies of the AR-180B. Almost all of them. What you'll see is this block of a real blocky bolt with a rotating, or a bolt carrier, a real blocky AR bolt carrier, then an AR-15 style rotating bolt, and there'll be two guide rods with springs, and that bolt moves up and down those guide rods. Anytime you see that design, that's a Eugene Stoner. That's based off of this AR-180B. And vast swaths of the military weapons that are not the AR-15 are pretty much that system just directly. So I had gotten a hold of a re-release of this AR. They called the AR-180B. Armalite had done it. And I actually think the Mini 14 was a better shooting and handling rifle than the AR-180B. Now the AR-180B was a little more robust. It was more sealed off, so it would keep crap out. You know, the Garand, the M1 carbine, the M14, they all had that real open design on the receiver. Lets crap get in there, and the weapons don't handle you know, dirt and mud and debris very well. So the AR 180B is a better choice for an infantry style rifle, but the Mini 14, in my opinion, handled better and was better to shoot. I never did accuracy head to head on them. I was really disappointed in that AR 180B. I was so excited when I got it. Now, don't laugh at me. I've said this on here before. It's a 5.56 rifle, so it doesn't kick. It doesn't hurt, but it had more perceived recoil. You know, the weapon moved more when you shot it than it had any right to, and it was really, really loud. I mean, really loud. I was not impressed with the rifle, the one I had. Now, our Irish buddies turned it to great effect. The IRA loved it. Yeah, you're gonna need it. Okay, hey, you gotta go lay down. Our special guest is here. No, okay, go. You gotta go. Oh, God. And one comes. Okay, you gotta go too. Go. Out. Oh, you can go that way. Well, I mean, if you want to go get them out. It's going to be just a minute. So for my money, shalom, Niedervalier. So for my money, the Mini 14 might be my second choice after the AR. For now, in that price range, I think you can still get, I think if you don't mind me asking, how much did you pay for that Mini 14? You know, you can still get, NFW? Was that Niedervalier? Okay, yeah, that's Niedervalier. You can still get Mini 14s under like $800 last time I looked. All right, man. Look who we got.
Hey.
We got Mariah.
Who's here?
We've got 30 people right now, so
Holy
we're doing pretty good. And I was saying earlier, I think this is your first live stream, isn't it?
No.
You've showed up on a live stream before?
Yes.
Oh, never mind. I lied.
It's been a while.
Okay. We're gonna stop the gun talk for just a minute right after this. All right, $1,000 for the tactical version with polymer stock. New no sales tax though, purchased in New Hampshire. West Virginia Bear is here. How you doing, sir? Be America's. Says the boss is here and I just got here. Just got off a security detail. And then Polecat's buttering you up. All right. We didn't talk about what we were going to talk about at all. So we're kind of just winging it. There's one other dynamic I need to discuss here real quick. I am an extrovert and she's an introvert. It works very well most of the time. But I can't shut up and she can't talk unless I do.
Oh, hi, Amanda. Palmetto paratrooper, Amanda.
Oh, cool. So I'm going to do everything I can to be quiet, but you know, dead space scares me because if no one's saying something, people must be unhappy. Anyhow, what do you have anything you want to talk about?
No.
No?
Garden stuff. I mean,
they were asking
animals.
about. Someone was asking how the garden was doing.
The garden is a lot of work. Garden is doing good.
We just had a Japanese beetle infestation. My hands were stained orange with the blood of Japanese beetles. I bet I killed 200 or 300 in a matter of 30 minutes, maybe not even that long. They were on the okra. This isn't going to work.
Oh no.
Look at this.
This one.
It's a damn menagerie around here. Okay, sorry. Palmetto says, I planted red chili peppers too close to Carolina Reaper peppers, and
Chili
now the
peppers are
chili peppers are
insanely
insanely
hot.
hot. How does everyone feel about Steve Bannon being found guilty of contempt? I would be interested. Technically, he is in contempt of Congress, but there's no real. My understanding now, you might have more information than I do, and probably do. My understanding is that there's no actual penalty for being in contempt of Congress. I think if you go to Congress, if you go to the Capitol building, I think they can arrest you then. But as long as you don't go to the Capitol building, I think this is kind of a. Now they will try to get him to the Capitol building and arrest him. I guarantee this. I'm not sure. A lot of this depends on whether or not this January 6th subcommittee is Keith is here.
I saw that.
Is has any legitimate authority or not. He is in contempt of the committee. They subpoenaed him and he told them to go to hell, which was the right thing for him to do. But it's possible this conviction is legitimate if you assume the committee is legitimate. I mean, sometimes doing the right thing has consequences, and we just have to bear those consequences. And one of the consequences of me talking all the time is that my cigar is going to go out.
Okay. Keith Martin. Stink bugs are not good for the garden. I'm not sure what kind of stink bugs they have in Texas, but we don't like stink bugs in our garden. They'll do they insert their little inserty things, and they'll ruin the vegetable. I'll have a whole thing of peas, growing, and you'll have all nice pretty peas, and then there'll be one that's all ugly and deformed. It's from stink bugs or some variation of a stink bug inserting their poison or whatever it is they do.
Proboscis?
What?
Is that thing on their snout called a proboscis?
I don't know.
Did I make that up?
Sounds like a
Sounds like something
flower.
that I made up.
It could be it.
That's a hibiscus.
Yeah.
I think it's a proboscis.
No. Jimmy James says, yep, proboscis, sucky thing.
Proboscis is the sucky thing.
Some stink bugs.
So I think Keith is used to other stink bugs. I think we've got a particularly, and of course, stink bug is
There's a lot of them. There's a lot of different kinds. There's green ones. There's gray ones. There's that leaf-footed bug that's actually a stink bug.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I mean, they're all over.
The ones we have are just the worst, and when you kill them, they stink to high heavens.
Squash bugs are a type of stink bug.
Lance Corporal Veteran wants to know, does anyone know why my corn leaves are folding? I water them daily, but they are behaving as if they're not watered enough. Alder says it's proboscis.
I don't know what comment is that with the corn.
Lance Corporal Veteran. My corn leaves are folding. Maybe they're not watering them enough. I mean, even if you're watering them daily, maybe it's not enough. Wow. Palmetto Paratrooper got 448 peaches off of our single peach tree. Not only am I impressed that you got 448 peaches, I am gobsmacked that you could count that high. That's a lot of peaches off of one tree. They're trying to make peach wine. Okay, Keith says, I'm talking about the things that flatten down to the width of paper, are gray-brown, and look like the shape of a stealth bomber. I don't know. I just know that the ones we have are not a good thing in our garden.
Well, there's the gray-brown ones that, I mean, you see green, you see gray-brown.
Palmetto says his wife counted. That makes more sense. She's a healthcare professional.
I missed something. Crushed cedar needles to keep bugs away.
I can't do smoke rings anymore?
Some stink bugs can cause permanent damage to people's nervous systems.
I saw that. That's interesting. I'd like to know more about that. I can't do smoke rings anymore because my mustache is so epic. It hangs down over my mouth and it breaks up the smoke ring as I try to see if I can.
Tacos and French fries. Yes, we are growing tomatoes. We have a really cool tomato cage trellis.
Oh yeah, I should do a video on our tomato cage. I think we got them started a little late, so they haven't. You just got a tomato for the first time the other day, right?
Yeah, we definitely got them in late because I was waiting for the cage.
Yeah, that was my fault.
But it's okay because it was right when it started to rain good, so they probably wouldn't have done a whole lot before then.
I got a couple. I can't keep them pushed to the side though. I have to wax my mustache if I want to blow smoke rings. Wolfpack has a cookie duster. All of the tomatoes and potatoes are a must. All of the toes. Aren't they actually related?
What's that?
Tomatoes and potatoes, aren't they the same family? The nightshade family? Yeah, last year our tomatoes got decimated by the chickens. I don't think we got one of them. Did I do a video on that tomato cage? Maybe I put that on Patreon. Yeah, I put the tomato cage on Patreon. I'll do one on the main channel. Are tomatoes really a fruit? I think technically they're nightshade. I think the fruit itself is a fruit. AJ Minter relieves Tyler Matzik. 1 inning, 11 pitches. That was a good inning. Yeah, the chickens were pre-marinated though. Yeah, I'm sure the neighborhood dogs thought they tasted great. So I decided this year to go big or go home. So I built a gigantic, and when I say gigantic, this tomato cage is 40 foot long, 50 foot long? I think it's 40 foot long. 40 foot long. Someone said hello, Northeast Georgia. Milo. Hello. Back from Northeast Georgia. When you say Northeast Georgia, how north and how east do you mean, Milo? I might know who Milo is. If Milo is who I think it is, it's very close.
We have a cat named
What's that? Oh,
we
Milo.
Have
Yeah, we have a cat named Milo. All right, Niedervalier. I'm done being a part of Babylon. Yah, family and tribe, the rest can fall as it will. Just waiting for the sign to get to the wilderness. The Saxon of Riverstone says my RSM used to wax his stash. I think RSM is a Navy rate, maybe? Fill us in on RSM, Saxon. I think that's a Navy rate. Beermonger is here. Oh, Union County. Oh, that is north. It's not as much east, but it is north. That's about the only place you could be and be north of us. Not quite, but almost.
Yes, I would say you'd be able to make corn flour from sweet corn. I don't see why not.
Yeah. Does it dry hard if you leave it?
I mean, it dries hard. It just doesn't dry like hard, like super dent corn or whatever that other stuff is.
So would it keep, you think?
If you ground it or just the...
Yeah, just the kernels.
The kernels?
If you left them on the cob.
We saved our corn that one year.
Silver King.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you'd be able to grind it for corn flour.
So my next question would be, does it stay sweet or does all that sugar turn to starch and it just act like field corn if you let it get past that sweet stage?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question.
It probably wouldn't taste any different. I don't imagine it would taste too different.
Is this okay? Am I bothering you?
No.
Yeah, my guess is I don't see why you couldn't use it as cornmeal. I don't know if there'd be any taste difference. Les Williamson is being blessed with regular afternoon thunder showers. All garden is producing well. Praise the Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. RSM is Canadian Army above the sergeant. Saxon, I actually was on UN mission with the Canadian Army in 1997, end of 1996 into 1997. They were securing one end of the international airport at Port-au-Prince, Haiti, and the Canucks were at one end, the Brits were at another end, we were on one side, and then the Pakistanis of all people were on the other side. They were, I tell you what now, Saxon, no one has ever given me as much shit as a Canadian, I think it was an enlisted man of some. He just 30 minutes I couldn't get this guy to shut up. He was just incensed that our M16s stocks would shatter if we dropped them on the ground at under negative, a million degrees, however cold it gets. Like, it gets that cold up here all the time. If we had your kind of M16s, we couldn't function as a military, You know what? Don't drop your rifle. I don't know. It was funny. We got a good laugh out of it. But he was very, very adamant that we were woefully unequipped because our stocks would shatter if dropped at under negative something. It was like negative 30, negative 50 or something. I did guns. I'm not supposed to be doing guns.
No, you're fine.
Can you make hominy from sweet corn? I would imagine if you could make cornmeal, you could.
Yeah, I would say because hominy is just when you. What is that? Yes, nixtamalize.
Yeah, nixtamalize. Basically, when you soak them in lye.
Lye, yeah.
Yeah, Canucks do love their SKS and their Lee Enfield, and I understand why they love the Lee Enfield. It's a fantastic rifle. It's better in 30-06 than 303 British, but that's no one's fault. I still, to this day, have never felt a trigger as bad as I have on SKSs. SKSs have the worst trigger I have ever encountered on a firearm. I think Walter Davis is leaving us. Walter, have a good night, sir. But I do know that it's a semi-automatic rifle that they can have. They've got to pin the magazine to only take 5 rounds, but because it's not detachable, it meets their laws up there. And you know what? It's an effective rifle. It's not like it's not going to kill anybody. Okay. Yeah, stripper clips. So, who was it? It was Niedervalier? Someone said that they're done with Babylon. I think it was Niedervalier. And they're only focusing on family, tribe, and something else, and waiting for the balloon to go up. I am struggling right now with this idea of, I've got a son who just graduated high school, and he's his father's boy, which means he's not college material. Thank you, Niedervalier. And he's just got testosterone coming out of his ears. He might have more than me. I mean, he's just a man's man. And he wants an adventure so bad he can taste it. In fact, he just jumped on his motorcycle, kind of just with no planning, and rode to West Virginia to go, camp in this national forest for a few nights. I think he's going to try to stay for a week. I'm not sure why he had to drive to West Virginia to find national forest. We're surrounded by it. But it's like, it was just an adventure, it's a trip. And this young man would benefit so much from the Marine Corps, and the Marine Corps would benefit so much from this boy. I can call him a boy, he's mine. And that's one of the highest compliments I can pay a man. If I can say, hey, you'd be a good Marine, that's one of the, for me, being a Marine, to me that's just, and this boy would be a good Marine. And my question is, even if once the Fauci, what is that?
Poison death shot?
Poison, thank you. Poison death shot. Even once the poison death shot isn't mandatory anymore, these dogs. Can can I encourage my son to kill for this country? Because if you go in the military, especially the Marine Corps, you have to be prepared to kill. The Marine Corps has two missions: win battles and make Marines. Everything the Marine Corps does is centered. It used to be. Now, I mean, everything's changing. Now, of course, there's diversity and inclusion and equity. Did y'all? There was some stuff on Zero Hedge about, hey, Keith, if you're still here, if you're in here right now, can you get the link from that story off of Zero Hedge about General Mattis and post it? I think Isaac will have to approve it, so it won't go live right away. I know Keith reads Zero Hedge a lot, and he posts a lot of links from Zero Hedge in another forum we're involved in. But General Mattis, oh God, I am so disappointed. Can I tell my son, yes, go risk having to kill someone? Aaron says hi.
Hello.
For this country is currently constituted, even without the poison death shot. And I'm asking all of my children not to go into the military while the poison death shot is mandatory. My oldest stepdaughter joined the Air Force, and they did it to her, and she fought it as hard as she could. And finally, she just got tired of fighting them, and she gave in. And I am just so livid. But even setting that thing aside, even putting away this dirty, rotten, horrible thing that's founded in abortion, and she came up anyway, didn't she? I've got to cover that. That damn dog. I spent, I don't know how many hundreds of dollars screening in this little porch back here to keep the animals off, and that damn horse has found this little crack. I swear, it's a female, and she's every bit the size of that male, but skinnier, but she's as tall as he is, and as long as, I don't know how she fits in right there. The chickens don't try to come up through there, but this stupid dog forces her way up. So, men and women are made in the image of God. Violence is a sacred thing, and I mean that. Violence is sacred, and I mean, Jesus even says, the kingdom of God suffereth violence, and the violence take it by force. Violence is sacred, and if you perpetrate violence, it has to be for sacred reasons. Damn it, I gotta stop. You gotta start talking or something.
Sorry.
No, that's all right.
I can't talk about military stuff.
Right, but you can talk about this moral dilemma. If you're going to kill for a nation, it has to be a righteous nation. It has to be, you have to be killing to protect a nation that is promoting godly principles and godly ends. And our nation isn't. We're putting rainbow gay pride flags on our embassies, and we're putting the White House in gay pride colors. And our federal government's trying to find ways to codify abortion into law, and do abortions on federal land, and all this hideous evil stuff. We've got a financial system that's just designed to rob poor people and give money to wealthy people. Everything. I think it was Christ. Who was saying that governments are? I think it was Christ who sort of gave said submit to the proper authorities, and then he goes on and he lists all the things that a proper authority does, and our government controverts every single one of those. Our government is completely illegitimate now, 100% illegitimate. Scripturally, we do not have to submit to this government. By Bible, if any of those mamby-pamby, weak-kneed, dirty sissy, you gotta obey, people are here, I hate you, get off my live stream. And I don't even, I'm sorry. Not only do I hate you, but Jesus hates you. Believe that with all my heart. If you are going to tell, followers of Jesus that they have to obey just evil, demonic child killers, because that's what they are. Even this is not some QAnon bullshit stuff. These are child killers, And they are not happy if they're not murdering 1 million plus babies a year. They're not happy when they're murdering 1 million plus babies a year because they want to murder more. Oh, here's something. You'll want to talk about this.
What's that?
Damn it.
Give me the topic.
There is this trend now where young women are getting sterilized because they can't have abortions. So like there's been like allegedly, according to NPR, which you take there has been a 2,000% increase, I think that's what it was, in the number of women looking to get permanently sterilized since the overturning of Roe. Go. I'll jump back in a minute.
You want me to go?
Yeah.
Oh.
I know you have something to say about that.
I mean, I guess I'm thinking,
Good.
yeah, that's less crazy for the gene pool. Are they lesbians to begin with? I mean, it's...
Yeah, you know what? Okay. No, okay, go ahead.
What?
No. I'll jump in, don't worry.
I don't know. I mean, they're gonna regret it eventually. It's just like the whole trans things and cutting off your woman parts. I mean, obviously they're gonna come a time in their life where they're gonna regret it. You'd hope.
Oh! Whew. Okay, how about this horse shit? Who does the left think is going to be most negatively impacted by the overturning of Roe versus Wade? Who do they say is going to feel this?
Minorities and poor people.
Okay, but which specific set of minorities?
Blacks.
No.
No?
The subset of minorities that are going to most suffer because of the overturning of Roe
I
versus Wade.
give up. What is
No,
it?
I'm just setting this up. I'm going to tell you, I'm not playing stupid games. LGBTQ people.
Oh, I knew you were going to say that.
Can you believe that horseshit?
No, I knew you were going to say that.
Lesbians and gays. The people who need abortions the least.
That's... That's so stupid.
By definition, these people are not getting pregnant. But they're the ones that are in most need of abortion care.
So they would be the ones getting pregnant, but they're like the dudes or whatever. They say that they're...
Yeah, the men.
Yeah.
The gay. Oh, God.
The individuals that are born female that still have all their female parts, but they have...
Trans men.
They need abortions.
They need abortions.
Oh, that's so...
Lesbians and gays.
ridiculous.
The unplanned pregnancies in that demographic are just off the charts. Although, most of the lesbians I've known have had lots of children.
Well, they say that when they're gay and then they get drunk, that's when they go straight.
They go straight when they're drunk, yeah.
Yeah, and then you have lesbians with children.
We knew, she was that cook at Applebee's. What was her name?
It was Lisa?
I don't know. I hated that woman with a passion.
There was a lot.
There was a lot, yeah. And they all had kids.
This is where we met. We met at Applebee's.
We met at Applebee's, yes.
Are you talking about the manager?
No. She wasn't there that long. I knew her she wasn't there when I was there, but she worked there when I was working at Aaron's.
Was it Cheryl?
I can't remember.
Cheryl was very butch.
God, this woman was butch and she was just a whore. Oh, God, I hated her so much.
Oh, I don't know who that was.
She would not pay her bill for like 2 or 3 months just so I'd come out there and get into a fight with her. And then I'd go out to her house and embarrass her.
It wasn't Tori.
No.
Well, I shouldn't be saying all these names.
Yeah, well, I liked Tori. I liked Tori. Tori was fine. I don't think she was really a lesbian. But then she'd bring her wife into the store and try to act all tough in the store. And then I'd go out to her house and she'd just be like throwing her furniture out the door so she wouldn't have to deal with me.
Nikki. No, I don't know.
Nikki.
There's a
That might have been it. It was a lot.
A little short girl.
Yeah, a little short, fat woman.
Yeah, crazy eyes.
That sounds like her.
Yeah, that's...
Lived not far from here. They both had like 3 or 4 kids apiece. I bet there was 8 kids in that house.
Oh, no. She didn't have any kids.
Such a punk. Just total punk. Yeah, Half Can says, if you are unhappy with your life, cutting your privates off is hardly going to make things better. Listen to this horseshit. So this poor little girl, Ellen Page, the actress, who I actually feel bad for this woman. I don't play the transgendered game. I'll use your legal name. I'll use whatever name you want. That's fine. But I won't use your pronouns, and I won't act like, this is a woman. But this was this pretty little girl who got into Hollywood very, very young. And she was straight for a while, dating, famous male actors. Then she was bisexual. Then she decided she was a lesbian. And none of these things made her happy. So what she needed was more of what didn't already failed. So now she's transgendered. Now she's Elliot Page. And it's just, none of these steps all along the way. Look how skinny my arm looks. I look like David Hogg. Oh, wow.
Why is it like that?
Whoa.
It's just the angle.
Oh, look at it.
Because you turn like
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, I'm at an angle. Y'all ever seen that picture of David Hogg where he's like doing this rage power fist up in the air, but he's got his arms are just like noodles. It's the funniest thing. But I looked like David Hogg there for a minute.
Somebody said
Look
Wilbur.
at this. This angle is awful.
He said Wilbur arms.
Oh, God, that's awful. I hate you, Isaac. You're fired. And you know what? I'm sure this little girl got sexualized at a very young age. She was a big. I think she won an Oscar when she was like 10 or 11. She was young. Her big breakout role was like some young girl who got pregnant at like 14 or something. So she was like 14 maybe when she got famous, and she was that Wilbur arms is gonna stick. Isaac, you ban that asshole with the Wilbur arms comment, all right? You're the moderator. You're supposed to. Yeah, Juno was.
Juno.
I never saw the movie.
Okay.
I am sure she is a desperately unhappy young woman who has been done wrong. But now she has cut off her breast. Okay, any transgendered ladies who are here, well, any women who think they're men, let me explain to you. Any real man who had the opportunity to have his own set of breasts with him all the time, he would never cut them off, okay? That is the exact opposite of what a man would do with a pair of breasts, okay? So stop cutting your breast off. These are the most perfect things in all of God's creation, and I'm not even kidding. Breasts are like the perfect thing. They fulfill all these roles and bring all of these feelings of just wonderful, beautiful things. There's just nothing ever could be wrong with breasts, except cancer, okay? I'll give you cancer. So if you're a woman who thinks you're a man, just understand the last thing a man would ever do is cut off his breast. Maybe not the last thing. He might cut off one thing before that, after that, but that's the second to last thing a man would ever cut off if he had them. Should parents of Hollywood kids be jailed for exploiting their own child? A lot of them should. Kris Jenner, the Kardashian mom, she allegedly, according to the dude who was in Kim Kardashian's sex tape, releasing the sex tape was the mother's idea. It was the mother's idea to turn her daughter into a porn star for fame and fortune, and not even that much fortune, mostly just fame. I guess they are pretty rich now. That woman should be dragged out in front of the city gates and stoned for doing that to her daughter. Okay. Oh yeah, Isaac's got another one of my pet peeves here. Butt men. If a man tells me he's a butt dude and he doesn't care about breasts, I have serious concerns about this now. Nothing good ever came out of a butt. Just saying. Lost down from 300 pounds to, wow, Mark Beasley lost 80 pounds. Kind of miss my boobs. Okay, fair enough. When I was talking about real boobs, not man boobs. but that's impressive, Mark. Well done. That's okay. So 80 of 220. What percentage of the body weight? That's a lot of body. Well, 300. Let's say 300. It's not quite a third of his body weight, but it's getting close to a third of his body weight. Wow. I bet you feel so much better. Okay. I'm going to take a puff.
Mark, how did you lose 80 pounds? Tell us your secret.
She desperately wants you to say carnivore, by the way.
No.
She does. Trust me. Could you carry this while I went and got a glass of sweet tea?
Carry this?
Well, you know, keep...
I'll sit here. I mean, that's all Jeff does, right?
Entertain the people. I'll be right back. I need a glass of tea.
I don't know how to entertain.
You got a drink.
Yes. Sorry, I'm not entertaining. Not 31 men, anyways. I can talk about cooking and gardening and homeschool, but Kimmy wants to talk about wood stoves. That's awesome, Kimmy. Wood stoves are awesome. Always had wood stoves. They're the perfect... I don't want to read this out. Wood stoves. What do you want to talk about, Kimmy, about wood stoves? I need more information. It's been a minute. £10 in a week from the Woo Flu. No. Oh, I'm so sorry, Half Can. Setting one up. Oh, that's definitely the revolting man's forte.
What am I doing?
Something about wood stoves.
Oh.
Oh, that's a good question, Isaac. Mark ate less, a lot less, also went from a aesthetic job to being a full-time welder.
Yeah, I need to get back to a more active lifestyle. Who's setting up a wood stove?
Kimmy Siegmiller.
Okay, Kimmy, I've done a number of wood stoves, including installing the chimneys. I think I've done 2 different chimneys, and I've done 4 or 5 wood stoves. I don't really remember how many. And I'll tell you this right now. Go buy a chimney kit. I will redneck anything and everything except a chimney. Don't screw with it. Go buy a chimney kit. They're not cheap, and I'm sorry. You're going to save so much money with this wood stove that it's worth it, but it ain't worth it if you burn your house down, especially if someone gets hurt or killed. So go buy it. You want a triple wall chimney kit. You go to most hardware stores or go to a wood stove fireplace. They'll know what you need. Tell them you want a triple wall chimney kit, and you run that triple. Now listen to me. You run that triple wall pipe everywhere where it's passing through the floor or the ceiling. Do not mess around with this. And everywhere you want the triple wall pipe, and then where you have to box through the floor and where you have to box through the ceiling. So this chimney kit's going to come with a metal box with a hole in the bottom, and the triple wall pipe is going to sit down in that box. And you're going to have to frame around that box. You frame that framing big enough to let you put an inch of sheetrock between that metal box and that framing. And then your triple wall pipe sits in that that metal box. So you got a triple wall pipe, you got the metal box, and then you got an inch of sheetrock. And that you can have a chimney fire at that point, and it's not going to harm. It's still dangerous coming out the top because, in theory, something could fall down and land on the roof. So there's still a danger from a chimney fire. You don't want chimney fires, but the heat from the chimney fire itself won't be a big deal. So if you're putting this thing in a 2-story house, it's going to have to pass through a floor and the ceiling and the roof. Now your roof and ceiling are okay because you've got that metal box with your inch of sheetrock and your triple wall pipe. But where your pipe passes through the floor, you need to do, and there's a couple of different things you can do. You can get a second box and do triple wall pipe at that point too. Or there's a way you can pour a concrete section and that pipe passes through the concrete. And I think it's like a foot. You need to look this up. There's a really good book. Let me go get the book real quick.
Mark Twain.
This is a really good starting place. Fireplaces and wood stoves. This one's Home Improvement and Repair from, it's one of those Time Life books. This is actually a really solid book. I didn't start with this book. I got this book from the Prepper Librarian much later after I'd done all this. And this is really good starting place, a lot of good information. So the only time I've ever lived really in a house with heat other than wood heat was in the Marine Corps, and then a few other brief little periods. But if you added it all up, it's less than a year. I've lived with heat and air conditioning less than a year if you don't count the Marine Corps. So we've always heated with wood, and I'm a big fan of it. But it ain't worth it if you're going to burn your house to the ground. Don't mess around with it. Go buy a commercial chimney kit from a good reputable company. I don't really know the names of any of the companies right now, but if you go to a fireplace wood stove, there's like stores that just do that. They'll know exactly what you need. Do that. Everything else, it's a little complicated because you need to put this wood stove where you want the wood stove, where it's going to be best, where it's going to be in a safe place, away from walls, where it's going to be centrally located. And you need to place the wood stove the best place for the wood stove. But that means that there's going to be stuff above it that you've got to run this chimney through that's got to be moved. And if you don't know how to do that, if you don't know how to do box framing, it's not complicated. Any dummy can do it, but there's information you have to have. You've got to be able to, okay, this wood stove is sitting right here. That means I have to get the center, because you can't. Oh, the Braves beat the Angels 7-2. Woohoo! Well done, Kyle. Right? That chimney pipe is metal and it comes out of that stove, and that's not moving. You can do a few little things with the pipe with bends and stuff, but pretty much where you put that wood stove, now you've got to be able to go straight up, because now some people go out and up, but you lose a lot of heat that way. And the whole point of having this wood stove is to get the heat. And when you run your pipe outside a wall and up, you've got to have so much heat going all the way to the top of that pipe to make the smoke draw, to make it rise. So by definition, you have heat that's escaping out of your house. So you want to run that pipe straight up, and that means you're going to have to be able to figure out, close to straight up. You can do a few little, but you don't want to go out the wall and up, because now you're affecting your draw. Your draw is going to affect your fire. You're losing heat, and your stove is less efficient for a whole lot of Hey, Nita if you do that, that sheet aluminum all around the wood stove and the wall, you need to you need to leave a little bit of space, like an inch or so of space between the wall and the aluminum or whatever metal you use. Just to, because that metal, if there's enough heat there to start the wall on fire, that metal will transmit that heat just straight to the wall, and all you've done is delay it a little bit. So you need some spacers to set that metal back off the wall a little bit. As long as your wood stove is about 18 inches from the wall, you should be fine. Not should be. You're going to be okay. But it still would be a good thing to keep that metal up off of that wall a little bit. Yeah, 1-inch pieces of copper pipe are good spacers. Any kind of pipe. Washers. Yeah, I mean, washers work too. So Kimmy, this is a big deal. You should do this. I 100% say go do this. I caution you to do it right, because once you put that 500-600 pound piece of metal and fire brick, it ain't moving. It's staying right there. And if it ain't where you want it, if it's in your way, if it's in an inefficient place, if you're making one little tiny part of the house super hot and the heat's not getting to the rest of the house, you've just wasted a bunch of time and money. So pick a central location, where it can be spaced away from walls, where the heat's going to be able to move where you want it to go, and then you got to be able to then figure out, okay, what's straight up, then how do I box that framing so the pipe can go through, and then how do I make those places where the pipe penetrates the floors and the walls or the floors and the ceilings and the roof. How do I make those safe? It's doable. You can do it. I think I did this one in about a weekend, didn't I?
I have no idea. Probably.
Because I installed a chimney kit in this house when we moved in, and I don't get anything done quickly, and I did it in a weekend. I'm 90. I had it installed in a weekend. I didn't have it all finished and the holes closed back up, but I had the basic thing installed in a weekend. And then the other thing you really got to pay attention to, and I had trouble with this here at this one, is waterproofing the hole back up. Because you're penetrating your shingles. And anytime you penetrate shingles, now you've made avenues for rain to be able to get back down in. So you got to pay real close attention to your how you close the shingles back up, and make sure there's no way, all the rain's going to just run down, and it doesn't have a path to get up around that chimney and get down into your roof and cause damage. Do you use tar? Tar is fine. I actually use silicone caulk because it's cheaper and easier to work with, and I think it lasts a little better. And I hope I just didn't intimidate you away from doing this, Kimmy, because it is a really wonderful thing to have. We don't even have a heat source other than our wood stove, and it keeps that house toasty warm. Oh, that's good stuff. And our house is long. It's a double wide trailer, so it's 70 foot. I think this is a 70-foot long trailer. So the outer edges sometimes don't get as much heat as I would like. I think the kids side does okay, but the master bath is sort of the. Although that should be better now that I've opened all these walls up.
I mean, the heat reaches to whatever room that the doors are opened.
Yeah.
If you want it to not reach you just close the doors and, How often do you sweep your chimney?
Isaac, I have never swept a chimney. My father's never swept a chimney, although he has replaced his pipes once in the 40 some odd years that stove that's been there. I've never swept a chimney. My father-in-law does sweep his chimney. He also heats entirely with wood. So the way to not have to worry so much about sweeping the chimney is to not burn pine. If you don't burn pine, or you don't burn much pine, you won't have too much of a problem. The other thing is that wood stoves, so here's why you got to sweep chimneys. With a fireplace, 80% of your heat goes up the chimney in a regular fireplace if you don't do a Franklin stove fireplace. So that really hot air is carrying a lot of creosote with it because it's hot, and so it can carry a bunch of flammable material. And so that goes up the pipe, and as the smoke goes up the pipe, it cools, and that creosote falls out of that air as it cools, and it coats the pipe, and creosote is flammable. Well, with a wood stove, only about 20% of your heat goes up the pipe. It's a much cooler air going up that pipe. So it carries way less creosote with it. The other thing is that, and Kimmy, listen, if you haven't bought your wood stove yet, listen to me on this. You want a secondary combustion chamber on your wood stove. So if you have a secondary combustion chamber, so what that means is that you've got your firebox where your fire is, and then there's almost like this little it's a secondary combustion chamber, and the smoke goes up and it goes into that chamber, and it gets hit with a second blast of oxygenated air. Because the reason why that creosote isn't burning is that there's not enough oxygen in the firebox to burn it. So when you bring the smoke up to that secondary combustion chamber and it gets hit with a second blast of air, you burn it all right there, not all of it, but most of it right there. And not only do you get more heat now because you're burning more of the material, now there's far less creosote to go up the pipe. And that secondary combustion chamber is vital, and it will save you from so much creosote going up your chimney that you very rarely, well, like I said, I've never swept one. Then Lance Corporal Veteran just had a really good point. A good hot fire every once in a while. I mean, a scorching hot fire every once in a while will help clean out your chimney. If you have a modern wood stove with a secondary combustion chamber and you don't burn a whole lot of pine, like I actually plan on burning a fair amount of pine this year because I had to take some pines down and they're just laying around, so I'm not going to waste the wood. I'll burn it, but it's going to be dry. It'll have been split for a while. I have a secondary combustion chamber. I'm not worried about it. Also, I have triple walled pipe the whole way, you know. As soon as it enters the ceiling, I've got that box, I've got that sheetrock, I've got that triple walled pipe, and it's triple walled all the way through. It's sheetrocked all the way through. It's got that. My roof and ceiling are in a very low pitch, so my metal box actually extends all the way from the roof down to the ceiling. So I'm not worried about it. I might after this year, for the hell of it, sweep this chimney just because I'm going to burn a bunch of pine this year. But again, I've got this secondary combustion chamber, so I'm just going to be pushing all of that. Oh, I have a flue too. Yeah, I might sweep it this year, but I'm just going to be dropping all that creosote down into the combustion chamber. So I'm not even really cleaning it out. I'm just pushing it down there where it could burn in the combustion chamber. And Mark's got a good idea. Throw some coal in with the pine and it'll burn hotter. Obviously, if it's burning hotter, it burns more of that creosote. But remember, the problem isn't as much the heat as it is the oxygen. There's not, that firebox is hot enough to burn the creosote. The creosote's not burning because there's not enough oxygen. So you gotta hit it with, you gotta have that secondary combustion chamber. And that's not something, I guess a good welder, Mark probably now could install a secondary combustion chamber. But I did it again. I'm the worst.
What?
A cigar. Anyway, Kimmy, if you're still here, if you've got any more questions, or if I was over the top, or I didn't explain anything, please ask, because this is important and this is a big deal. All of us should be looking to get wood heat, if you can. I know this. Can you believe they're outlawing wood stoves in California? They're outlawing wood heat in California because of air pollution. Can you believe how crazy stupid these environmentalists are? They want us to use less power, but they have no alternatives. And any alternative to, the power, because look at it, they hate nuclear, they hate hydroelectric because it dams up rivers. They hate everything except solar and wind. And solar and wind don't work at night. Well, solar doesn't work at night, obviously, when you need heat the most. And wind doesn't work on the coldest periods. And none of it works in snow. So when you have to have heat, wind and solar don't work. But you can't have the wood. And I'm sure they won't. Once they find out about geothermal, they won't like that either. Mark says, you need a secondary chamber with a bottle oxy line to feed in. Okay, I want to try again with this thing. You were not happy with how I did that wood stove when we first got in here.
Why is that?
Yeah, I made it too hot in here.
Well, yeah, you do like it really hot. Not so much anymore.
Well, the thing is, it's not that I necessarily like it really hot, but I only know two ways to do something. Not at all or completely over the top.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just like everything else in our marriage, I've just learned to work with it. Now I get too hot, I go in the room and close the door. And
I think I've gotten better about not making them so hot either.
Yeah. But your part of your conversation was just about how you should make really hot fires. So
well, okay, yeah.
It's safer.
Yeah, they are safer. The other thing I've done is I started splitting our wood smaller. So I'm not putting as big of pieces in there. So it doesn't have to be as hot to burn the pieces of wood. I did that for you, baby.
Oh, thank you.
I love you. You're lucky.
I am.
I spoil you.
Yep.
And we don't need, I mean, how cold does it get here? I mean, how much heat do we actually need? Oh, Half Can, are you still here?
I think he didn't. I think he went to bed. He left.
Half Can cuts turf, and he burns turf in a wood stove. Because they don't have a whole lot of trees. Oh, I hate that. I'll have to text him and tell him that. But he sent me, I'll have to ask him if I can use those videos he sent me. He sent me some video clips of him cutting turf and stacking turf and burning turf. And it's really, really cool. Except he just told me that they passed a law in Ireland now that they're not going to be able to cut turf anymore.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
What is he going to do?
All right, he says a lot of people around there burn turf. And that it's very, very common. He said no one really knows what they're going to do yet.
Oh my God.
Really interesting process, though. Yeah, Freedom Inc. If you do crack your firebox, really needs to be lined with fire brick. We had that problem when I was a kid. My dad we were just poor as dirt, and so he was always scavenging wood stoves. And he had this really old, beautiful, ornate wood stove, cast iron stove, with all these reliefs and stuff in it, and it was cool as could be. But it cracked because we overheated it, and we had that problem. There was about a foot-long crack on the side, and you couldn't shut the fire down. You couldn't bank it for overnight. And it actually happened again. He actually got a newer wood stove that had metal, I guess baffle. I don't know. It had these metal pieces all around, like, that were removable. But they would get really hot. It was a top loader. I hate top loaders. Kimmy, if you're still here, burn acorns and tater peelings. The only problem with that is that the cow will eat the tater peelings. And that those top loaders, I hate them. Every top loader my dad's ever had, he loves them. They always have problems. So that firebox would get really hot. You'd open the top and you'd drop a piece of firewood in there, and it would, it would hit the sides, and those baffles ended up breaking. And that new baffles might not be the right word, but they were like some kind of heat shield. And once those broke, then the outside, same thing happened. It got hot, it expanded, it cracked, and we had this, this uncontrollable airflow from the side. I've never had it happen with one lined with fire brick that loads from the front. Also, no glass doors. No glass door. No glass doors. And the worst possible combination is a top loader with glass doors. Oh my God. Because then the fire gets good and hot. You open that thing, you drop wood in there, it hits that glass door, the hot glass shatters. Ask me how I know this. This has happened to me in my father's house with his, I love the man, good, smart, courageous man, but there's a few things. He's got this car-eating tree in the driveway I can't get him to cut down, and he loves ornate top-loading wood stoves. And it doesn't work. Okay. All right, so there you go. Fisher. Find an old Fisher wood stove. Amazing. I lost one in my divorce. It's the thing I miss the most from that marriage. That wood stove was amazing. Glass doors are fine as long as you can keep the logs off of them. If you can keep the logs off of them. Sac City Fish Layer, great name by the way. Like Sugar Creek, I'm assuming that might be a...
That's Sugar Creek Homestead of Tennessee.
Oh, he's saying good evening.
Yeah.
Hey, good evening, Sugar Creek, how you doing?
And Sac City Fish Slayer is from California.
Yeah. Oh, Nona's here. Ha! Yeah, Nona, that damn tree is still there, Nona. Get this. We just went and cut, like, within the last month, cut a bunch of pine trees down from the front yard, and he still won't let me cut that stupid car-eating tree. Ugh. Sanctified Supply Company, that's another good name. Used to work at a wood stove shop back in Oregon. Vermont Castings makes a nice stove. There you go. Vermont Castings. God, I hate that tree. I don't remember exactly what was going on when this happened, but for some reason I was in the trunk of someone's car while they were backing down. I think we had too many people in the car, and I thought it'd be funny if I rode in the trunk. And I was in the trunk of the car while someone was backing down the driveway, and they just went straight into the car-eating tree. I'm so lucky that didn't get bound, something didn't get bound and I didn't get caught, stuck in there. They're gonna have to call the damn rescue squad to get me out of the trunk. Young men are so stupid. Are you the good folks that make t-shirts and such? Hey, Sanctified Supply Company, I need t-shirts, because the guy I'm trying to call is not returning my calls, but it's Wes S.'s son, so I do have to try to use them if I can. I got an idea for t-shirts, Revolting Man t-shirts. Oh, Freedom Inc. I'm so sorry, I didn't... So we had a video when this happened. It's a little memorial service live stream for David. He died... when was that? Was that a year ago?
I have no idea.
It was cold.
At least.
Yeah, it was at least a year. It might be a year and a half now. David died. We tried to make contact with his family to get more information. We have more likes than people watching. That's cool. Unfortunately, Jimmy D has died too. Wow. So Jimmy D was trying to get a bunch of information, try to find out what happened, and he contacted David's daughter. He had two daughters. One was estranged, and then one he was reconnecting with. Sanctified Supply Company, I'm assuming you have a website. If it's anything like your name, I'll find it. But if it's nothing like your name, just let me know kind of what it is. Okay. No. So we never did find out exactly why. The daughter simply, she kind of just glossed over. She didn't want to give too much information. Maybe it was his brother. I don't know. Jimmy D had contact with either his brother or his daughter. And they just kind of politely said, we're, something nice, thank you for your concern, and didn't give us any more information, so we didn't push. David did have some health problems that we were aware of. I would imagine one of those got him. He was a single man living by himself, and that's actually one of the most unhealthy things you can do as a man, is to be single and live alone. Your lifespan is so much longer if you've got a certain kind of woman. I'm sure certain kind of women reduce your lifespan, but yeah, Patrick would have all the information, Freedom. Actually, if you get any more information, I'd like to know, because I don't have any more than what, just when Jimmy D told me that the family kind of politely declined to give us any more. I hate going there. And yeah, Jimmy D actually died not that long ago. Thank you, Palmetto Paratrooper. He just texted me the website. Appreciate you, brother. But yeah, David was. I liked David a lot. A lot. Yeah, he was very active on the Parachute Nurse channel as well, Isaac was saying. That man could talk. Wow, could he talk.
Oh, I didn't know about Jimmy D.
Yeah, Gun Daddy had a heart attack. And I probably should have tried to call his widow. But, I mean, she didn't know me at all. I mean, my contact was always through him. Jimmy D, I was actually probably closer to Jimmy D than I was to David. But that could have just been because maybe Jimmy D and I bonded a little bit over David's death. I don't know. Damn it, I did it again! But Jimmy D was also a very good man. And both of them were very involved in the Second Amendment fight in Missouri, where they both live. Hey, Chris is here. Hey, Chris, how you doing? Chris actually lives in our same hometown, and we have some fairly intense family connections. Chris's father-in-law built. Chris, I should go talk to your father-in-law, and I would like to do a video on his house. He built an earth house. What's the right way to say it? His house is kind of is underground on 3 sides, and then I think he's got southern exposure. He's got one side of the house that's exposed to the south, but the rest of the house is all underground. It's really cool. Jeremy, thank you. Y'all have a good night. Oh, Jeremy's in Alabama. Freedom says it's a sign it's bad for you. Yeah, I have one every 3 months. Maybe not even. Although, our dogs are going off too, Jeremy. We're not that close to Alabama, but we're not too far. It could be the same thing. I had 2 this week. But Chris's father-in-law and my father are very close friends.
I didn't know that. You going out? Go get him.
And he lives real close to Mom and Dad's house. And Chris and I were in a men's group together for a while. But it died. Oh, with the Prepper librarian. Kimmy. It's a stand-up type stove, grate in the bottom, loads in the front. I think it, where'd it go? I think it has glass. All right, well, the glass can work. I ain't a fan, but Sasquatch mating season. No, Sasquatch mating season is over for good. We're getting her fixed soon. We had 10 puppies this last time, and I do not want to be a puppy mill. I did want 1 litter out of her, but that was it. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Chris. I had Dad and I were just talking. It's funny. Dad and I were talking about your father-in-law one day this week. We were talking about his rain catchment system. He's got a shed, and he fills a couple of. It's not a big shed. It's like 20 by 12, and he gets like insane amounts of water off that roof that he saves. Hey, Palmetto, are you moving? Blue heelers are really cool dogs. They have so much energy. They really need a job. I mean, they really need a job. Or you're going to need a tennis ball launcher. 250 gallons, Chris was saying, on that rain catchment. Yeah, Dad couldn't remember if he had 1 tote or 2. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Mikey, that first off, we wanted a puppy out of our male. He's getting old. We don't know how much longer he's got left. And we just wanted that continuity of having because he's been a really good dog. So yeah, we wanted her to have 1 litter. We were deliberate about that. Because it was her first litter and she was kind of young, I was going to maybe try to wait a little bit longer, but she surprised me. But she had 10 puppies. 11? I think she had 11 and 1 died.
Maybe, yeah.
So it was just like, we looked like a puppy mill for a while. Hello from Sugar Mountain, Tennessee.
Isaac's leaving.
Oh, Isaac. Isaac, you're leaving. I don't have a moderator. Isaac's never done this to me before. I don't know what to do about it. Yeah, Sanctified, please share the discount code for the subscribers. Isaac, just wait 1 second before you go, hopefully. Approve this discount code from Sanctified Supply Company if it doesn't go. If you're gone already, I'll try to watch for it. Sanctified Supply, if it doesn't go through. All right, Palmetto, I'll just give you a wrench. Hold on a second.
She comes again. What a weirdo.
Stupid dog. Okay. All right, Palmetto Paratrooper, you are now a moderator. Anarchy reigns. Hey, Hunter Kirk. Hey, Les and Sharon are here. All right, if Isaac is... Okay, Isaac will be here for 5 more. If Isaac has to leave Palmetto and he doesn't get that approved, if it even needs to be approved, would you do it for him? I guess if it's just a code, links have to be approved, I think. Feel free to post a link to Sanctified Supply, and we'll get it approved. Sorry. Ah, cool. All caps revolt. That's awesome. Free shipping on any order. Very nice. I have to go check out the website. Palmetto got it for us. Booyah. You're right, Palmetto. I don't know why you didn't already have a wrench, to be honest with you. That should have happened a long time ago. Of course, Isaac is usually... Been a long, hard week. Dead tired. I will stick around longer. Isaac, I'm giving you a hard time. You're great. You're completely... I'm just giving you a hard time, brother. Thank you for all you do. Hey, Bobby Davis just started following Torah. So what was your gateway drug, Bobby? What did you do first that made you start going down this road? This will be a good discussion. I'll tell you, for us, I don't know how for us. Mariah challenged me on some things one day. She doesn't do it too often, but she asked a really good question, and I didn't have a good answer. Oh, you looking at Sanctified Supply?
Yeah, I was laughing about what you were saying though.
Oh. I'm trying to watch for Bobby, how he just to get what he said, why he started doing this. I had run across some things that were Torah adjacent years before, and I had decided that the Sabbath was on, the biblical Sabbath, but I didn't go any really farther than, and I'd got some other things around sexuality and marriage, what we call marriage, because the word marriage doesn't exist anywhere in Scripture.
You have a nice website.
Oh, yeah? Mariah likes your website, Sanctified Supply. And she said, well, if you believe these things, you just challenged me a little bit because some of the things were hard. And she said, so why don't we go this, because she follows my lead, even then. I mean, when I say even then, I mean, when I say she was challenging me, she wasn't like rebelling. This wasn't like, but it was a legitimate question, okay, so you believe these things, and part of, and part of my justification for these things, as I said, well, it's in the Old Testament and it's not undone in the New, so it's still in effect. And she said, well, if that's true, what about all these other things that aren't done from the Old Testament? Are those still in effect? And I went, So that's really when we started getting serious. And I think we started eating clean first, right?
No.
What did we do first?
Sabbath.
All right, we did Sabbath first. Oh, that's right, because we were raising a pig at the time. So we had a pig that we were raising for that church group that I think Chris was Chris in that? Was Chris in the Journey group? Chris, were you in the Journey group? I don't know. They might have come some. We were raising a pig for a church group that we were going to have a big pig roast. And I didn't feel like I could just tell them to come get their pig. So I said, well, we're going to raise this pig out, and then once we have the pig roast, because we were doing the pig roast, then we'll start eating clean. And it has been one of the best things I've ever done. I have not regretted it once. So I'm still watching for Bob to tell us why.
He did.
What do you say?
He said, too many questions to my Baptist church wasn't answering.
So what'd you do first, or did you just jump in whole hog, right? Whole hog. I guess you can't really talk about doing Torah whole hog, can you? Okay, David Keenan says, hi David, I made a charcoal retort kiln, easy with oil barrels and 2.5 pine and ceramic fiber. Oh, I see. You made a wood stove out of barrels, and the neighbors complained to the council about my wood smoke. So I think that means you live in the Northeast, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's where they have town councils and stuff, isn't it? And they complained about the wood stove. I love the smell of wood smoke. Okay, Bobby started with the Sabbath too. What's it been like, Bobby? Has it been, like, for me, it was very natural. I mean, I took to it. It just felt, I shouldn't say felt, because I hate the feelings. But it was a very natural fit. I mean, we just kind of slid into it with really no hiccups, I felt like. I mean, we continue to understand things more than we did, obviously. But never once did I feel like there was this, upset's not the right word. What's the word I'm looking for?
Transition, or?
It was never like a negative. There was no hardship or discomfort involved. Every step was just kind of natural. Giving up to pork was really, really easy. If I had to say there's been any, even that's not bad. Adjusting to not doing any commerce on the Sabbath sometimes It takes some forethought.
That's the whole point.
Yeah. And I take quite literally the kindle no fire on the Sabbath. And because we heat with wood, again, that just takes forethought. I don't think we've ever been without a fire when we needed it either, though, have we?
Not needed it.
Yeah.
I mean,
And I mean, because we live in Georgia, too. I mean, if the sun's out, rarely is it ever cold enough to even need a fire during the day.
Oh, he's in Northern Ireland. We
Oh,
were
Bobby
a little
is?
off. No,
Oh,
David
council.
Keenan.
Oh, interesting. Hey, David Keenan, have you heard this thing where they're not going to let people cut turf anymore to burn for their heat? Our buddy Halfcan, who was here earlier, we have a shocking number of people from Ireland who show up on the channel. This is Hasdrubal, Halfcan Tan, and now Mr. Keenan. I'd be interested to know if you've heard about this. Our buddy Halfcan it's bothering him, as well it should. Damn it.
No, we keep our fire going. Yeah.
What was that?
They said, do you take it as it says don't kindle a fire, or do you believe we can't even keep one going?
No, we keep it going. And I mean, we take the. So like, I wouldn't strike a match. Now, hear me out. You're going to say that's legalistic, and I'm going to say thank you because that's a compliment for us. Hey, good night, Chris. It's good to talk to you, sir. But we'll light a candle before sundown, and then I'll stick a match in that candle and light the match from the candle. I'm perfectly okay with transferring the fire. We just won't kindle a fire. And yes, that is legalism, and that's fine because it's called the law. All right, it's a legal code. Every word matters. And what it is it's a blessing because God's given us this really easy, simple way to submit to Him, because He demands our submission. He wants to have the relationship and He wants the love, and but you know, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. To fear God and keep His commands is the whole duty of man. We don't get to all the lovey-dovey nice stuff until we start with fear and submission. And in His mercy and in His love for us, He's given us these really simple, easy, straightforward, direct commands. Not because those actions mean anything to Him, but because we have to submit to Him, and this is how He's given us this way to do it. This way that's flexible and easy and really a mercy. Palmetto says, when I want to have a bonfire on a Sabbath, I'll make the fire the night before large enough that I know there will be coals left the next day. Or what I'll do sometimes is I'll get a shovel, go to the wood stove, get the coals out of the wood stove, and just take them to where, you know, I want this fire.
Sac City Fish Slayer says Christian or different religion.
So that's a little bit of a complex statement. Who was that?
Sac City Fish Slayer.
Oh, Sac City Fish Slayer. A lot of people who follow this won't claim that title Christian. They say that word means nothing anymore. I will tell people I'm a Christian because we do adhere to the main tenets of Christianity. You know, the basic depravity of man, the divinity of Jesus, you know, the crucifixion, salvation through Christ. Right, Palmetto says it. It's Christian the way Christ practiced it. It's Christian the way Peter and Paul and James and all those fellas practiced it. So sometimes, like if you asked Pastor Fox if he was a Christian, and if you don't know who Pastor Fox is, that's Pastor Joe Fox over at Viking Preparedness. A lot of us here have a lot of respect for what he has to say. he would tell you, no, I'm not a Christian. I'm pretty sure. But then if you asked him, do you believe in, salvation through the shed blood of Jesus? Do you believe the Bible is the Word of God? If you asked him all of these things that Christians believe, he believes those things. But he would tell you that word Christian just isn't descriptive enough. And I actually agree with him. I don't like the term either because it's come to mean nothing anymore. You're people who care nothing about what the Bible says and live their life any way they please will tell you they're Christians, because their great granddaddy had a Bible or something. But it has no impact on how they live their life. So Niedervalier, Messianic Jews are a very specific subset. I love details. I love arguments. I love the philosophical debates. Messianic Jews are a certain subset, and there's a huge variation inside that of people who describe themselves as Messianic Jews. There's really good, solid Torah keepers like Pete Rambo who would tell you he's a Messianic Jew. And then there's just straight up Assemblies of God style Pentecostals who like Hebrew words and the colors blue and white, and other than that it has no impact on their life, who still describe themselves as Messianic Jews. So for me, Palmetto prefers the term Israelite. What I tell people is that I am a Torah keeping follower of Jesus, and if I'm talking to someone who's really serious about it, I might say follower of Yeshua. I don't get hung up on the Hebrew names though. Okay, Keenan, I missed some stuff from Mr. Keenan. He said that charcoal as a fuel is exempt, at least here in Northern Ireland. Oh, we've got a Northern Ireland man here. It's probably good half can went to bed. So what would you be if not Christian? Sharon, I will claim to be a Christian. I'm not saying I'm not a Christian. There are things that I do and that my family does that some Christians object to. I don't believe that salvation is by grace alone. There are certain amounts of works that are required for salvation. That's a New Testament teaching, by the way. Yes, Christians, if they are true Christians, are Christ followers. But Christians aren't Torah keepers. I'm a whole Bible believer. That's what I tell folks. That's a good one, too. That shuts them up. They don't ask any more questions after that. Because the Baptists are like, oh, yeah, you're one of us. You're a Baptist. And, the Pentecostals are like, oh, okay, you're one of us. You're a whole Bible. We're a whole Bible believer, too. They're not. Have enjoyed the conversation. Sugar Creek Homestead, we appreciate you. It was nice to have you. Okay, Kimmy, my grandmother Cherokee and North American Blackfoot. So I had a different story for religion. The Cherokees are, some subsets of the Cherokee are quite serious about their Christianity. Faith without works is dead, yes. And it even talks about, through obedience or through works. Oh, the faith chapter, that faith passage everyone talks about, by faith so-and-so was saved. But it also goes on to say that some people were saved by works. I think Rahab was one of the ones who was saved by works. Yeah, there's reasons for the Torah movement is accelerating so quickly, Nita Valier. We're being prepared for something. Obviously, I think it's a coming massive persecution. And I have been persecuting the hell out of this cigar. This is ridiculous. I might make this the last time. It was just different. She said we were all brothers and sisters to love one another. Yeah, for us, Kimmy, that's not enough. We don't need to get into all that. I mean, if we were just talking, Palmetto and Nita Valier and I were talking, obviously we could get into all the nitty gritty, but we believe very strongly that more is required of us than just living a good life. But that is certainly a part of it. Aaron, what did Aaron say while you're reading back?
Oh, Aaron says, I've been trying to keep Torah also, but I'm still new to it. Really started getting into it this year. Mark says, I'm a Ten Commandmenter. All the rest of the Bible is wonderful, but I live my life by the Ten Commandments. I see the rest as just refinements.
I mean, I could see starting with that foundation. You do have to add those refinements in, though. I mean, obviously, Christ isn't in the Ten Commandments explicitly. What's Sac City Fish Slayer saying here?
When asked what's my religion, I say Christian, but where I stay, you see church people driving Mercedes-Benz while homeless camp on sidewalks, so I don't go to church. Is that wrong?
We don't go to church. Although, I'm about to get kicked out of the Torah community. Palmetto Paratrooper, don't repeat this. There are some aspects of church I miss.
Oh, somebody had mentioned earlier that it was a hard transition for them because they used to do all their work on Saturday.
Yeah.
Do you find that difficult?
I love the Sabbath because my sin is laziness. So for me, having to sit still and do nothing is kind of my definition of heaven and having an excuse. I know it was very hard for you.
So it's not hard for you to get work done on Sunday then?
I mean, how much work do I get done?
Okay, if you were going to do work, was it hard to do on Sunday instead of Saturday?
If I was your father, so here's when it was hard. I'll say this. Here's when it was hard. When we were still going to Sunday church and keeping Sabbath, that was hard. And I was working 5 days a week. That was hard. So Jeff, who normally does these live streams with me, he has that problem. He works 5 days a week and then, keeps the Sabbath, and then he's got to try to do everything to be done on Sunday. And his 5 days are hard days. They're big, long days. And so, yeah, that would be hard. I have a 4-day work week with a 3-day weekend. So I've got Friday and Sunday. And I mean, when I say I'm lazy and I don't get anything done, I do stuff. But I don't have, like, her father and my mother have this work ethic drive, and she has it too, where they're just not happy unless they're working, and that might be hard. It might be hard for them to keep Sabbath.
I know, it was definitely hard at first.
Yeah, it was very hard for her at first. I think you told me that you hated the Sabbath.
Yeah, it was bad.
Talk.
I mean, it was just, yeah, I couldn't just sit there and let my house get tore up and messy and not be able to do anything. It was watching you sleep in all day. That was the main thing, is I was resentful of you.
Yeah.
And it just made me so mad that, like, I don't know, it spoke more to our relationship than it did anything else, but.
Because I took to it like a duck to water. I'm like, yep, yes, Lord, I will obey. I will sit here and do nothing all day long. And I was happy as a pig in mud. And back to the pigs again with the Torah and the pigs. And happy as a dog with a dead chicken.
That's funny. Palmetto says it's the only day that Lucifer encourages him to be productive. I feel like you do that a little bit.
Really?
Yeah, because you'll be like, ooh, what can I work on today?
Well, yeah, no, I do that.
Like, wait a minute, this is the one day you're not.
Yeah, you're right. There's times I'll be like, I'll go to I've gone to other Torah brothers and said, hey, can I do this today, you think? And they're like, dude, what are you doing? Shut up, sit down. Because I'm like, not only am I saying that the Torah and the Sabbath is less important than this thing I want to do, it's also less important than the time wasting I did Friday and Sunday. You know, it was more important for me to watch stupid YouTube clips than it was to do these things that now I want to do instead of the Sabbath. So now not only is the Sabbath less important than, you know, whatever else it is, it's less important than the stupid horseshit I did when I should have been working. So I have tried to tighten that up a little bit. Because I do think, you know, the Sabbath is for rest, and rest isn't necessarily sitting still. You know, you could convince me that planting flowers is restful, maybe, but you know, working in the food garden is not. I don't know. You know, you don't need to mess with the Sabbath. The Sabbath is incredibly important. It is in the Ten Commandments. And you don't need to be trying to figure out especially me, who is, you know, such a lump of, what's a lump? Such a lump the rest of the time, to suddenly act like, well, I should get something done today. What can, I just sit down and shut up, Zach. I hate myself sometimes.
I think what it boils down to sometimes is that we just don't work hard enough on the other 6 days. Like if we were working, like if it was SHTF and you really had to work your butt off from sun up to sundown, that one day, I mean, that would be such a blessing just to sit there and...
Yeah. If I was doing my work as unto the Lord, then that Sabbath would just be natural.
Needed. Yeah.
And I wouldn't need to work that day because I don't have that much to do. And I waste a lot of time. I could get so much done if I would just... I love the Lord. I missed that comment.
I love the Lord. I work for him every day. Faith and family. Love is everything. That's Kimmy again. Sac City Fish Layer. Have you ever had an experience in your life that convinced you God is real? This is for anyone watching. I've had a few, but would like to hear others if possible. What's your top story?
Us, our marriage.
That's so general.
No, it is. I know, and I'm not trying to be, you know, all like happy wife, happy life. But when I look at where we were when we started dating, you know, and I won't go into all the details, but when I look at where we were, I was unemployed and living with my parents. You weren't in the situation you wanted to be in. And like a year later, we were in this house. We were on our way to keeping Torah. We were on our way to having all these children. I mean, it's like our lives... Here's how I said it at the time, and I honestly believe it. Our mothers, both of our mothers are godly women. They're not Torah keepers, and they don't get everything right. But they love Jesus, and they just pray their knees off. And I feel like God almost was like that story in the Bible where he was so... The judge is so sick of hearing from the widow, he just gives her what she wants. I feel sometimes like God was so sick of hearing about our mothers pray for these two stupid kids we weren't kids, I was almost 40, that he just said, you know what, screw this. I am not dealing with these assholes anymore. I am putting them on the straight and narrow, and I don't care what they had to say about it. I almost feel like it was a Paul on the road to Damascus sort of thing where God just said, fine, I am fixing this, and he did. And I look where we are, and I look where we were 10 years ago or 11 years ago or whatever the hell it's been, and we're not recognizable as those people. And to me, and it's not just, oh, God gave me the most beautiful woman, you know, some horseshit James Dobson, worship your wife bullshit. But it's everything. It's 6 kids. It's the homestead. It's the walk we're on now. It's when we started dating. You weren't a believer, and I was a believer in only name only. I mean, in name only. And now suddenly we're not where we need to be. We're not where we're gonna be. But we're on the path. We're going in the right direction, and we were not. We were not. When Mariah and I started dating, it was so random. My brother Joey, who has never once in his life been stood up on a date. This is a young man for whom everything in his existence has told him that he's attractive to women. He had a woman cancel a date on him, and it caught him so off guard. He had tickets to go to a Shakespeare play. He was going to take this woman to this girl. I don't even remember. And she just canceled on him out of nowhere, and wasn't interested in going out with him anymore. He was kind of he's like, what do I? Here, Zach, take these tickets. I don't know what to do with them. And Mariah and I we had worked together for a while, but I'd gotten fired. I'd gotten fired from Applebee's. That's how bad. That's the place I was at. You can't get fired from Applebee's, but I did. I don't remember. We started talking on Facebook.
Yeah, about gender roles.
Gender roles. Well, that's right. We'd been talking about gender roles, and my brother Joey gave me tickets to. And here's the other. So this is the other part of this story. I think I've told you this before. I had impregnated a woman, and I was head over heels with her. Thought I was head over heels. It was not love. It was obsession. It was unhealthy, and she had gotten pregnant. And the instant she got pregnant, she took off. She didn't want to have anything more to do with me, and I don't necessarily blame her because I was not in a good place. And the baby had been born, and I had met this other young woman, and a decent young woman. I shouldn't say she was a good woman, but she wouldn't have been a great match for me as an only wife. The whole chat just went. But I decided I was probably going to settle down with her. And my baby mama, I told my baby mama, look, I've met this woman, and I think we're probably going to end up getting married. At some point I'm going to start exposing her to our child. That's why I told her, because the boy was going to meet her at some point. And she said, oh no, wait, I thought we were going to get back together and all this. And so I called this girl and I said, look, she says she wants to get back together. I have to do this for my son. And I was still obsessed with that woman. It was obsession. It was unhealthy. And the young woman said, I understand. That makes sense. And so we called it off. And then as soon as I did, I called back my baby mama and told her, I said, okay, I broke it off. Now let's start, in my mind, we were getting back together, and that meant that we were going to be together and raise our child and start building a life. And she said, oh, I didn't mean we were going to get back together. And I was like, well, no, that's exactly what you said. You used those exact words. And so she broke off contact and all this, and she basically just sabotaged the relationship. So I said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm done. It's not like I'd been living my life the right way anyway. So, I mean, this is a totally stupid thing for me to say. But I said this phrase to God. I said, God, I'm about to go punish every woman in the world with my penis. I'm going to go sleep with every woman I can. If this is how it's going to end, it was all my... I don't know what's going on with Kimmy, but she said she'd pay it. And God said, oh, really? And that week, I told God I was going to punish every woman in the world with my penis. And I went to give blood, and I picked up the woman drawing my blood, and we went on a date. And like the next thing that happened was somehow Mariah and I started talking on Facebook. And I was thinking, because she had 3 kids, and I was thinking to myself, because I'd been very attracted to her when I met her. She had this big, thick braid that went all the way down her back. She's just hot as hell. But she had 3 kids. And I was thinking to myself, well, the last thing this woman needs is my drama. But, I've got these tickets to this play. We'll go see this play. It'll be pleasant. And the play, we'd been talking about gender roles. and you considered yourself a feminist at the time, although I don't think you really were.
No, probably not.
And the play we went to go see was Taming of the Shrew. And if you know your Shakespeare, you'll know that this is the anti-feminist play. I mean, Taming of the Shrew is all about this man who decides to marry this rich woman who's she's crazy. She's batshit crazy out of her mind. And the whole play is about how he trains her into being a good wife. And then the end of the play, she has this speech, and she like puts her hands under his feet and says, I will hold up your hand with my feet. It's awesome, but it's the exact opposite of feminism. And I knew within that week, I knew that I wanted to marry her. And I never got around to punishing a single woman with my penis. Not even the girl who took my blood, who I picked up. We didn't end up even. I just knew right away that this is where I wanted to be. Obviously, I was horrifically attracted to her. But then I felt needed. I felt like you needed me, that the girls needed me, that, I had lost 5 kids from my first divorce. Was just horrific. There had been this huge break with my 5 children, and I was spiraling out of control. And God he just fixed it all in almost like a snap. I knew within weeks, that probably 2 weeks. I think I said a week just a minute ago, but it was probably 2 weeks. And there was just no obstacle for me at that point. It didn't matter what came up, what was said. It was like, I don't care. This is it. And there were some hard times. I never remember the hard times. If I have a superpower, it's that I only live in the moment. So if I'm happy right now, I must have been happy for my entire life. So I don't really remember it being horrible until I remember some of the specific moments, and some of the specific moments were rough. But we got through it, and it's been really, 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 really good. And all of that is to say, that's not the only thing where I can say, look, God moved in my life. There's a God, and He has interest in what I do. But that's the big one, That's the one where I'm just like, this is a miracle, because there was no reason anyone would think our relationship would have worked. My father said, you'll be divorced in 2 years. In fact, he almost didn't even come to the wedding. My best friend, who was a good, dependable friend.
Good night, sweetie.
He said the same thing. He didn't come to the wedding either. He said, you're going to be divorced. He had some other stupidity, too, he was dealing with. But he said, you're going to be divorced in 2 years, Zach. This is nothing. He said, I'll be here when it falls apart and help you build back up. That's how good of a friend he was. But he said, I don't want to see this. I don't want to be here for the train wreck. He said, I'll come back and help you pick up. He has since apologized, by the way. He said, I was wrong. This was a good thing, But everyone, I mean, there's just, if you just seen us, if you'd have known where we were, you'd have been like, oh God, these two, this is just going to be awful. And it's been nothing but great. You got one?
Oh,
I
don't know. I think that was like an hour ago that he was asking that question.
Sorry.
They're having a whole debate now, though.
What about?
I mean, they're going back and forth. I think it's about faith versus works.
Oh, I wish I could remember that passage. Because once you read that passage the whole way through, and you go the few verses after where everyone stops, you go, oh, you're not saved by grace alone, or by faith alone. You are saved by grace.
Oh, that's what I meant. Yeah, grace.
Yeah, you are saved by grace. You're not saved by faith alone. You're saved by faith and works. And I know that sends some Christians over the edge, but that's what the New Testament says. How can I send some money to you? Mr. Keenan, I appreciate that. It's a very nice gesture. We do have a Patreon page. We don't do a whole lot on there. I am trying to ramp it up a little bit and do some more on there, because we have some people that have been very faithful and very patient with me. Like, I went a whole year without putting anything on the Patreon page, and these people stuck with us through all of it. But that's really it. I'm a little leery about I don't know. If you really the righteousness of God in Christ Jesus, what's that?
They're having a discussion. I'm trying to get caught back up.
Okay, so that's really the only method I have in place right now. Thank you for the offer. It's very kind and it's very encouraging. But I've got a full-time job. We do okay. But it's very meaningful that you would ask. Thank you. What is dangerous about the shed blood of Christ and relying completely on that? Was it not sufficient? The righteousness of God in Christ Jesus. You're asking the wrong question. No one in our community would deny that the shed blood of Jesus is the only way to enter into salvation. Uh, but think about Pilgrim's Progress. If you've ever read, that's this famous book written by, was it John Donne?
No.
No, it was Bunyan.
Bunyan.
John Bunyan. Written by John Bunyan, is one of the kind of the first novels. And it's this whole allegory about the Christian life. And the book starts at the foot of the cross. But after, and the main, it's called Pilgrim's Progress because the main character is called Pilgrim. That's where the book starts. The story starts at the foot of the cross. But then you have to go on the journey. You start at the cross and you don't, come to the foot of the cross and turn into heaven. Now you've got this journey. You have to go from the foot of the cross to the foot of the throne. And so when we talk about works and we talk about Torah, we're talking about that journey from the cross to the throne. If you stay at the cross, I'm sorry, there's a really good chance you're not going to make it to the throne. So when we talk about Torah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the actions we have to take now that we're saved. The other thing to look at is the parable of the virgins. There's the 5 foolish and the 5 wise. 10 or 5? It's 5.
Yeah.
It's 5 foolish and 5 wise. When you look at the parable of the virgins, all of the virgins are invited to the marriage supper. All of them have their lamps with their oil. And the oil in the lamps is usually symbolic of having the Holy Spirit. All of these virgins in this parable have come to the cross. They're all waiting for the bridegroom. Only 5 of them make it to the marriage supper, though. Why? If you're one of those once saved, always saved believers, then there's going to be a disconnect here that we're not going to be able to get past before we deal with that. And we probably don't have. This probably isn't the medium for that. But how do we be the 5 wise virgins? How do we keep our lamp lit? How do we conserve our oil? How are we faithful until the bridegroom comes? Once you're invited to the marriage supper, that's salvation. That's a metaphor for salvation. You've come to the cross. Now, how are you going to get to the marriage supper? And I know I've mixed all these metaphors up now. So when you say the blood of Jesus is sufficient, every one of us say yes and amen and thank God and praise Jesus and all of that. But that's one event, and that doesn't get us all the way to the end. How do we get to the end? How do we be meat eaters instead of just milk drinkers? That's a big deal around here. So I guess what I'm saying is that at least that little statement I just saw where you asked, why isn't the blood of Christ sufficient? The blood of Christ is sufficient, and any of us who says otherwise, I'll help you call them out. But it's sufficient to what God intended it to be sufficient for. It's not all that is required of us. Okay. Anywho, turn the flame down, flame low, and be still. And you must follow faith and follow his instructions. Kimmy, we would completely agree with that statement, 100%. If it's sufficient, then it's done. Well, I wouldn't go that far, righteousness, because it's sufficient for its intended purpose. Again, we would say its intended purpose is not to be the totality of our lived experience as followers of Jesus. Let's just use the word Christian. You know, even the most what's the right word? I don't want to be. Let's look at the Council of Jerusalem in Acts 15. The intended purpose of the shed blood of Jesus, righteousness, is to give us, you know, to make us those 10 virgins, you know, to give us our marriage clothes, to give us our lamp, to fill our oil. That's, you know, salvation. The purpose of the shed blood of Jesus is salvation and cleansing, to then allow us to take that I want to be so careful here, you know, that's why we need faith and works. And if you look at the Council of Jerusalem, if you look at anything Paul ever wrote, or Peter ever wrote, or James ever wrote, all of it has, so as I call them Hellenized believers, as what you think of as a Christian, you still have rules that are put upon you. You know, at the Council of Jerusalem, you're told to abstain from sexual impurity. You still have dietary restrictions on you, like, hey, CM is here. Hey, how you doing, CM? That's crazy. That's a blast from the past. You're not allowed to eat food sacrificed to idols, or food with the blood in it, or things strangled. So there's still dietary restrictions put on you by the New Testament. And you're supposed to care for widows and orphans. So so no matter what you say about the cross and the shed blood of Jesus, even if you only live your life by the New Testament and nothing else, and there's sects that do that, you still have behavioral standards that are put on you, things that you have to live up to be a member of good standing as a Christian. You know, sexual immorality, those food laws, what else? Oh, and then widows and orphans. So you don't disagree with any of that. If I was just here talking about sexual purity, you would be agreeing with me that we have to live sexually pure lives as Christians. Those are laws. Those are physical laws. Those are actions we have to perform to be acceptable to Jesus and to God the Father. So you don't disagree with what we're saying. You disagree with the degrees. I think I'm trying to insert myself in the middle of a conversation, and maybe I'm not even addressing.
Right. It's hard to tell I'm not really sure what the righteousness is trying to say.
Okay. Well, I would love to be a part of this debate, but I'm not keeping up with it. He does say, till all is fulfilled, and I would point out that all hasn't been fulfilled yet. If someone says, I know you're going through a hard time, I'll cover what you're short on rent, you should still do your best to pay what you can. Kimmy's out. Hey, Kimmy, we've really enjoyed your company this evening. Thank you. I hope we see you again.
What is righteousness arguing about then? They say, I am not arguing against being obedient.
Yeah.
So I think maybe it's just some miscommunication or something.
I don't think righteousness is maybe fully comprehending what we're saying. We got hugs and kisses. Sieg Miller, that's an interesting name. Mm-hmm. Hey, righteousness, I'd be more than happy to talk. If you're talking to me, I'm not sure who you're saying. Maybe we can talk sometime. If you'd be interested in talking with us, I have the email address is therevoltingman@outlook.com. We do have a Facebook page as well, just The Revolting Man. I'm really bad about checking the messages on that page, but I will try to look out for it. If you're talking about Palmetto, then I'm sure he can tell you how. I think he's got a Palmetto paratrooper at Gmail or something. But anywho, but yeah, I would enjoy talking to you about it. Clearly, you know what you're talking about, and you obviously care. I really want to light this up one last time. This is a decent cigar.
Do it.
All right, righteousness. TheRevoltingMan@Outlook.com. Maybe just give me something in the subject line about the righteousness of God, and you reference your name a little bit, so I'll know that that's what it is.
Now, righteousness. What do you think that it means when he says, "If you love me, keep my commandments"? What does that mean to you? It's always hard to understand nuances in text.
And especially when you don't let that cigar. Palmetto, would you mind approving that message, please? And Palmetto said that his email address is palmettoparatrooper@gmail.com.
What is that? Sanctified Supply Company says. Number 9. What is that?
Liga number 97. I don't know what that is.
That's a question mark. 9 question mark.
Oh, Liga number 9. What is that, Sanctified? I'll go ahead and use this match since I took it off.
But what are his commandments? Keeping his commandments show our love for him. So which commandments? Maybe they're Torah keepers too. I don't get it. That big long argument, I couldn't follow it at all.
Yeah, well, I was talking a lot and you were. Liga Previta number 9 is a cigar. I was just asking if that's what you're smoking. No, this is a Whiskey Rebellion. I've never had them before. I'll keep my eye out for that Liga Previta. I'll ask for it the next time I buy a cigar, but I don't buy many. It's every 3 or 4 months I'll get a cigar. I have another one of these because a young man was supposed to come do this with us this evening, and he didn't show up, and he was supposed to be bringing the beer. Righteousness, I don't think you're very far off from us. Once you said that we need to keep his commands for any reason, now it becomes hinging on us to figure out which commands those are. And that's really what we're all about. What commands do we have to keep to show our love? Hey, Homegrown Liberty, how you doing? Is that a... No, that's Quiet and Simple. I'm thinking of Quiet and Simple Life. But yeah, we want to show our love for the Messiah. Nick. Hey, Nick. I'm sorry, Nick. I knew I recognized the name. Hey, we have a bona fide celebrity in the chat, guys. Homegrown Liberty is a big honkin' deal. A big honkin' deal. I was shocked. Nick, I don't. If you don't mind, if I give a little bit of your resume, just give me a thumbs up or something. I want a name drop. I'm really excited that I know you. The Bible makes more sense when you realize that once saved, you are grafted in and are part of Israel. It does make a lot more sense when you know that. Mark Beasley is threatening us with some blat spear. I'm not in a book, crazy man. Yeah, so Homegrown Liberty is on the expert council for the Survival podcast, which I didn't think I realized. I knew, but now that I've started listening to it, I met Nick through another forum, and he turned me on to the Survival podcast. And when he first did, I said, I'm not familiar with this. Now that I've been listening to it, I am familiar with the Survival podcast through YouTube. And Nick is an expert guest on there from time to time. I think weekly, isn't it, Nick? Talking about some really interesting homestead stuff. Right now, he's got me turned on to this thing with a living fence and fodder trees, and it's just fired my imagination. But he has some really, really good knowledge and expertise in the homestead arena in some areas all of us are very interested in. I don't think he does as much on his YouTube channel, Homegrown Liberty. Oh, you know what? And also, Nick, I think I was already subscribed to your channel before we met. But I think he's told me he's going to do some more stuff on there soon. Y'all should just go ahead and go over there and subscribe. Because he really does have a wealth of information on some homestead areas that are let me hit this real quick before it dies. That I think are going to be transformational here for us. And I know I'm given to hyperbole, and my personality is one that I love the shiny new thing, and I get real excited about stuff. But even running it through the Zach filter, I think if I'm able to pull off his systems here, I think it will be transformational for us. I think we're going to be able to go from one cow to maybe 3 or 4 cows. CM is laughing at me because she's been around long enough to know that is my personality. If you want to post a link to your channel, Nick, feel free, please. He also has a website. He does consulting for homesteads, but he does bigger. I think he does bigger projects than most of us are going to be. Yeah. So let's talk about these fodder trees for a second, Nick. Since you're here, Nick's got all these trees that you plant, and you plant them so that they're a living fence. In that, so you've got these. Damn it, Palmetto Paratrooper said the B word. Damn it, Palmetto. So you've got this fence that's these fence posts are these living trees, and then you can cut the tops off the trees and you feed the Rob Scuba's voice. The name Rob Scuba doesn't ring a bell, but yeah, maybe I might know him under something else. And these leaves and the shoots, the young part of the tree is really high in protein and stuff. And you can silage it. You can save it and actually feed it to the cow later if you've got more than the cow can eat in the moment. It's just fascinating stuff. Fascinating stuff. He does not like the black locust tree, which I love, and that really almost scuttled our relationship before it got started. It said scuba. Maybe it's skiba. I don't know.
Skiba.
Fine. Fine. Oh, look. Palmetto can count to 448. Ooh.
Still don't know who Rob Skiba is.
The skiba sounds a little more familiar. So these trees are hybrid poplar, a mulberry. What else, Nick? You were telling me about, willow, some kind of hybrid willow. No. I think those are the 3 he really likes. And other people, after Nick turned me on to this, I was reading reading about it. And other people like the black locust for the living fence, but it's not a fodder tree. But the thing about black locust is that it's really good firewood because it's dense, and also the heartwood doesn't rot. It just does not rot. I mean, like you can bury it in the ground, leave the top part sticking out, and like 100 years later, it's still sitting there. Okay, so he just posted above. I don't see the post.
White mulberry, hybrid willow.
Oh.
Hybrid poplar.
White mulberry, hybrid willow, hybrid poplar. Leaves get cut and fed to your stock, dried for hay, or fermented to silage. Which I don't know what that means. I meant to look it up since he told me, but I haven't got around to it yet. That's an unusually large number of fingers and toes.
That's your palmetto joke.
Oh,
About counting?
400. That is, yeah. Abnormal just about describes palmetto. If anything does. Oh yeah, Sharon, the willow is what you get aspirin from. Yeah, the black locust is amazing but dangerous. Thorns are awful, poisonous for horses. Palmetto says he's got lots of kids. Pshaw! Never mind. Apparently you can't count that well. Although they are pregnant.
Yeah.
Can I say that? No, you told me I could say that. Katie just said what a helper she is. She is. She's a helpmeet. Do you graft trees? Nick, that question's probably for you. And I tell you what I'm thinking about doing, Nick, is doing the hybrid poplars for the posts, and then I saw somebody who was using mulberry to weave for the wire part, and they were planting mulberry in between. They were just using regular fence posts. But I was thinking about doing the mulberry in between the poplar trees. Yeah, it's fine. Everyone knows now. I know you have more kids, but it's easier to count higher with all those fingers and toes at your disposal. So palmetto, I think this is number 6 for you, right? And while I was kidding a minute ago, 6 is a very respectable number of children, especially for a man as young as you, because you're still a young man. I don't think I had 6 at your age. I think I was 34, 35 before I had 6. And then it wasn't until I married Mrs. Fertility over here that we really got up into. Yeah, braggarts for that. I will brag about that all day long.
Oh.
He's due September 11th. Wow. Okay, Palmetto. So you're about on track with me. I think I got 6. That middle boy was born in 2018. No, that would have been. I would have had some explaining to do. 2010. He's 12. Yeah, so 2010. So in 2010, I think I was 35. Yeah, I was 35. No, I had just turned 36 because he's
about to be 13 this year.
My birthday's October 5th and his is October 18th. So I was probably 36 when he was born. God, I was a wreck. Living in my parents' house, having to tell them that I just knocked a girl up.
How many do we have? How many do you have?
Thank you for asking that question, Sanctified. So, total, I have 15 children. 12 of them are not enough. Well done, Nick. 12 of them are biological, 5 from my first marriage, that middle son, and then Mariah and I have 6 together. She blessed me with 3 when we got married, so they're technically stepchildren. But the youngest was 3 and the oldest was 9, and I claimed them because, hell, I got them all to, well, I got 2 of them to maturity, And I think we're going to get the third one to maturity. And they really were an incredible blessing to me. They gave me purpose and meaning right away. You know, I was able to regain some of what I'd lost, and I was useful. East Texas says good morning, or whatever it is. It is almost midnight. It is almost morning. So I claim 15 sanctified. Mariah, well, if you ask Mariah how many children she has, she says 9.
Well, I take it more literally. Like, how many children have you had? You know, like, how many children do you have? I don't know.
I mean, that's fair. You're an incredibly honest, straightforward, direct person. That's fair. I feel like you've had more influence into some of my children's lives than maybe you think you've had.
It's not a matter of whether I think that of them as, well, maybe it is. Maybe it was because
My children didn't live with us,
Right.
and your children did.
right.
I see how that affects it. Yeah. Thank you, Sac City. I appreciate that. But I don't even like that phrase, stepdaughters. The only reason I use it is because it is descriptive. It's accurate to say. But and I work hard. So my goal is to treat them like daughters and not pretend to be their father. And if there's anything I've succeeded at in my life, I think that might be it. There's sometimes if I wonder if maybe, because those 3 girls have 2 different fathers, and their fathers are still in their lives. They're still around to different degrees, and we believe very much in proper authority. So I'm not an authority in those girls' life, and to pretend to be an authority in their life, especially when their fathers are still alive, would be me trying to take something that's not mine. But at the same time, you know, I've known these girls since they were young. Actually, when the first time I met Mariah, she was about to go on maternity leave from Applebee's with Zoe. Zoe was about to be born the first time I met Mariah. And so I saw Zoe. Oh, I'm using names. Damn it. I'm not supposed to use kids' names. That's not her name. So I saw her as an infant, you know, not much, not like I was in her life or around her or anything. But I met her when she was very young. Mariah brought her into the restaurant right after she was born. And then that middle girl was, yeah.
2.
When I really kind of met her, though, she was 5, I guess, then. Or
When we started dating?
yeah, because the youngest was 3.
Yeah, 5.
So 3, 5, and 9. And then that oldest girl, it didn't stick as she aged. Of course, you know, no girl likes you as she ages. But when I first came into her life, I felt like we were close, and she's a very beautiful, lovable girl. You can't help but love her. And that would be anyone who met her. As soon as you meet her, you just fall in love with her. Nita Valier is leaving us. Have a good evening, Nita Valier. Thank you, sir. I might write a book one day about being a stepfather. I might do it. We'll see. Because I'll say this, too. The other thing I think we've done well together as a couple, this isn't just me, there has been almost zero drama between the groups of children. You can't write. Thank you, Palmetto. I can't read, so I probably can't write. There's been more drama between the sets, and there hasn't been huge amounts between them, than there's been, I say, within the sets. So, you know, the biologically, the full siblings have had more drama between the full siblings than they've had between their half siblings or their step siblings, and so that's been a blessing. There's been some little stuff here and there, but that's every family, and it hasn't been bad. We've got 1 in 8 years. Sanctified's got 1 in 8 years. He's an amazing, healthy 4-year-old. Would love to have more, but it's not for lack of trying. Yeah, Sanctified, I try to be, especially for those of us who value Scripture, and when we look through the Bible, we see these heroes of the faith, godly people who had fertility struggles, from Abraham and Sarah. Isaac and Rebekah only had 2 kids, at a time when there was no way to avoid it. Hannah, if you remember the story of Hannah, Zachariah and Elizabeth, there's just times when God, to people he loved and who are faithful to him, he withholds, what's the right way to say this without sounding... Children are always a blessing, and God opens and closes the womb. So we see through Scripture people who he loved and who were obedient and faithful to him, who he did not give that blessing to. I think Abigail didn't have... I don't think we're told that Abigail had any children either. So I can't help but be, like someone said, braggart. I can't help but almost brag about these 15 kids, especially if you've met them. There's not a clunker in the bunch. But at the same time, I don't have a theological explanation for why God would bless someone like me the way he has with children, and then someone like Hannah or Zachariah and Elizabeth would not get that blessing, if it is, and it is a blessing. If someone was interested, I would say, from a young age, I was never comfortable with the use of birth control, obviously. But on a spiritual level, I kind of always had that understanding, even as a very young man, that it wasn't healthy. There was a point in my life when my first wife, when we only had 3 kids, and she was trying to get me to have a vasectomy, because three children is very, very, very hard. If you can do 3, you can do any number. Because with 3 children, you've got an only child and you've got 2 children, no matter what, all the time. And each child after that, as far as the family dynamic goes, gets easier now. Obviously, the laundry and the dishes and the mess doesn't, until you start getting some girls who are a little older, and even the boys. Now we're at the point where it has started to get easier, although our older girls are aging out and we're about to be stuck with this run of boys for a while, so maybe it's going to go the other way for a while. Girls really are a blessing. But she was heavily, what's the right word, lobbying for me to get a vasectomy. And I never really considered it. But I hadn't rejected it out of hand, and I was mulling it over a little bit. And I'm a mama's boy, and I mentioned it to my mother. And she said, son, if what you're trying to do is to protect your wife from pregnancy, you getting a vasectomy doesn't accomplish that. And of course I got very angry. What are you implying, Mother? It turned out what she was implying was happening, but that's neither here nor there. I said, how dare you? And she said, oh, it could be, it could be a rape situation. It could be anything. If the goal is for her to not get pregnant, you getting a vasectomy isn't the surest way to do that. And we didn't do it at that time. I told her no, and we ended up being blessed with 2 more children together. And then she was actually sterilized. I know that's an ugly way to say it, but there's no other way to say it. At 5 children. And we ended up getting divorced. That marriage imploded. And that's like, when I think about that, and I just get like almost, I get panicky at how close I came to missing out on nine more children, because I would have gotten Mariah's no matter what. Uh, so I almost feel like I was called to this from the get-go. You know, I feel like I was always set apart to be, you know, again, to be a braggart, the father of nations. I don't know how much we're going to pass this on to all 15 kids. Some of them have been very explicit that they don't want. My oldest daughter has one son, and she says that's all she's going to have. So I don't know that we're going to pass it on to all of them. I wish we would. That would be amazing. So, you know, it might not, you know, it might not be that I have 15 children who each have 15 children, as much as, God, I would love that. But I don't think there's any way that we haven't established a tribe, for sure. I mean, for sure we've established a tribe. How often do you do live streams? Hey, Sanctified, we don't do them that much. It gets weird. We go in spurts. Mariah and I don't do them together very often at all. Oh, really? Look at these, kind of nice. I have a buddy, Jeff, who he'll do them with me frequently, and we had been doing probably 2 a month for a while, and then, you know, we get busy and, you know, things go haywire, and we don't necessarily schedule them. If we do them Saturday nights after sundown, and it's just kind of random, you know. If I was trying to build, and I am technically trying to build this channel, I would be, you know, more set in stone about doing them regularly. It's 161 minutes. I promised Wes we wouldn't go all night. Sorry, Wes. Hey, Rob is here. Oh no, Wes is here.
And Rob.
Oh, Rob and Wes. Wes, I'm sorry. I know I told you I wouldn't go all night. Wes, I tried to call Leland about those t-shirts, and he's not calling me back. I'm sure he just thinks it's a scam call. But maybe I haven't tried texting him. I should text him first and say, hey, this is who it is, and maybe he'll answer. Homegrown Liberties, Katie enjoyed it. Headed to bed. Good evening, sir. Thank you for stopping in. Y'all check out Homegrown Liberties channel. Like I said, there's not much on there at the moment, but he says he's ramping it up, and well worth great information. All right, Wes, I'm sorry. Wes is a diligent live streamer, and he speaks to people who really value what he has to say, and he has, you know, a very important live streams, and because, you know, we move in the same circle, sometimes our live streams overlap in who we appeal to. So I hate stepping on his, because, like I said, he's diligent and he speaks to people, and I mostly just speak. I do that a lot.
You have to give me the bunny ears, somebody said. Yeah, there you go.
I love the head covering. I'm glad you put it on. All right, so we have Rob and Wes. This should get entertaining. Text him who and what. Just let him know you got t-shirts to make. He is angry with me right now. What's the... Hey, Rob, Half Can was here earlier. He had to go to bed, though. Apparently, being an Irishman is exhausting. What did you do to anger your oldest son, Wes? Or what did your oldest son do to anger you? You know, we should get Half Can. I need to get Wes's... Wes has this really cool piece of technology where he can let other people live stream with him at the same time. I have no clue, really. Young men, what are you going to do? Homegrown is at 341. Let's get him to 345. Let's do it. Y'all go subscribe to Homegrown Liberty, because that's a really deceptive number. He has a a substantial niche following. Niche isn't the right word. What's the right word? I don't know. But yeah, the survival podcast is huge. It's got like a million listeners a week or something like crazy like that. And he has kind of a regular recurring segment on that. So yeah, it would be good to get him some subscribers because he has things to say. Where was I? I had something I was saying, but I don't remember. Oh, half can. Oh, I need to get Wes's technology thing that he has, and it would be fun. Obviously, I owe Wes. I need to have Wes on here because he's had me on his a bunch. He's been very kind to me. So I need to have a Wes. Wes, I owe you an apology. I was the last time you had us on your live stream. It was me, Jeff, and Jeff's son, and it was Jeff's son who was supposed to be here tonight. And we were just being assholes. And I apologize. We were drinking some beer, and the big problem was that we couldn't hear you because there were three of us. We had the camera too far away to get all three of us in here, and so we couldn't hear you when you were speaking. And so we were talking over you, and we were being loud, and we were being rude. We were also being remarkably entertaining. We were having a lot of fun, but we were having a lot of fun on your live stream, and we should have been following your lead. So I apologize. It's hard to hear with your tongue flapping. It would have been hard to hear even if I was being quiet, which I was not. Jeff was. Jeff's always quiet. So this is my public apology. Didn't you break a chair? That was a previous, that was an earlier live stream. But yeah, I smashed out. In the middle of the live stream, the chair just exploded and I hit the ground. East Texas Wild Man. Check out East Texas Wild Man, me doing stuff, because we should all be doing the stuff. We should all be doing the stuff. Hey, East Texas, if you want to post a link to the channel, we'll make sure it gets approved so people can see the link to your channel.
Also, that Lance Corporal veteran kept asking if we would watch his garden videos.
Oh, I don't know if you're still here, Lance Corporal veteran. Probably not. You would have been in the chat if you were. But yeah, I will definitely watch that video. You know, he is, I really like him. He's fun. And he's smart. He's like his dad a lot, but he'll talk. And I love his dad. His dad has just become a dear friend. Thank you, Palmetto. But yeah, he's a smart young man. Okay, Rob says that Wes and I need a redo on that live stream and have some serious conversation. There's much to be talked about without all the frivolity. I agree, Rob, and I will come on Wes's live streams anytime he'll have me. Yeah, Palmetto used to do videos. I don't know if he does as many now anymore. East Texas, how do you? I don't know. There's a way where you can share a link to your. You can get a link to one of your videos and post it, and that'll take everyone to your channel. We're down to 21 viewers, so we're not gonna skyrocket you to fame or anything.
Why is it getting held for review?
I don't know. I guess they think he's calling someone fat.
Yeah, but that Mark's comments before got
yeah
too.
Yeah, he said ass. Oh, Palmetto's fired his back up a little bit. Yeah, but I think if you post a link, Rob, then it holds it for review and the moderator can approve it. And we have Palmetto here, and actually we have Wes, who is also a moderator. See? It's not all frivolity here. We do have some serious conversation. You missed it earlier. We were having serious conversation.
Yeah, it's been pretty serious tonight. I think it's your
You-
partner.
Yeah,
You can't really have it up.
I can have it up a
I
little
mean, you
bit.
can't be all like
Yeah, I'm not
usual.
going to be talking about boobs and stuff.
Well, I think you were talking about boobs earlier, but not in the same way you'd be talking about them. with
Yeah.
Jeff.
I don't know if Jeff was here. Especially you get 3 beers on that Jeff and he just loses all decorum. These matches are awful. They're Mexican matches.
Oh, thank you, Sharon. That was very sweet.
Yeah. Poor Sharon is usually the only woman in the chat. I always feel bad for her because we're being assholes and she's, usually being, useful. Oh, come on.
I would do my own chats on my channel, but I don't think I have that feature.
Mm. Yeah, the channel's got to get to so many watch hours before you can live stream. Rob, if you can't keep a match lit, it might be because you're using Mexican matches. These things are awful. And you live close to Mexico. Could be you got Mexican matches. Lucia. That's a pretty name. That sounds Greek. Yeah, well, it's a good thing you're not trying to get famous around here. But East Texas, wild man, you should hook up with Wes if you haven't before. It sounds like y'all might have some, just because you both live in Texas and you're both wild men. Although that Wes is a little duplicitous. He's not as wild as he pretends he is. He's all the time trying to get serious. Anything under 15 miles per hour is a breeze here. I think we get some 15 mile per hour winds a couple times a year. Yeah, that's true. Amanda will jump in there sometimes too, Palmetto. And we used to have a Navy wife. She still comes on some, but she's got 6 or 7 kids.
I know who, yeah. She's usually on.
Yeah. Who was that woman out of North Carolina?
What
We met her in South Carolina. She came to that meet and greet. She got on Biblical Families for a while. We really liked her. She was married to a...
Oh, Vanessa.
Vanessa.
Yeah, I hadn't seen her in a long time.
Yeah, we haven't seen Vanessa in a long time.
Elhiniki?
Yeah. I like that family. Those kids were...
I don't think she got on Biblical Families.
Yeah, she saw our polygamy video and went to Biblical Families and checked it out. And she impressed me. Mexican. What's that?
Wes says.
What did Wes say?
He said, I have 2 veins. One is serious and the other goes to jail a lot.
Oh, Nick is texting me. I wonder if we got him to 345 yet. Someone check Homegrown Liberty and see if we got him to 345 subscribers. Oh, my helpmeet could do that for me. He's about to send me something with a language warning.
Nope, 344.
344. Hey, we need one person to go over to Homegrown Liberty and subscribe. My mom was a Navy wife, and hauling 3 kids back and forth from coast to coast is crazy. Yeah. Yeah, a military family, when a family's in the military, the whole family's in the military. It's not just the service member, it's the wife and the kids, and they're all in, especially the Navy. All right, Mark. This is the last time. I'm not going to light it again. It's getting a little too low anyway. The smoke's getting too hot. We had no serious talk tonight. We built cars and chased cats. Thought if you built cars, you were supposed to chase women. Yeah, me. Well, I would know. I was married when I was in. Never mind. When I was in the military, I did not know one lifer who hadn't been divorced. I knew one guy who'd gotten divorced and then remarried his wife, his first wife, but I did not know anyone who hadn't been divorced at least once, who had, was trying to make a career out of it. It's a hard life on a family. Not entirely also because enlisted men especially are not wise in who they choose to marry. I know I didn't. I chose poorly, my friend. And it's not necessarily an indictment on her. We were not a good match for each other. This kitten. The kitten is trying to sabotage the chat again. 3 more tokens and we're going to have a brush fire. Yeah, my beard's going to light on fire. I think that's what you were implying. Yeah, 3 more tokens is going to be close enough that my beard lights on fire. Good thing I don't wax my mustache, right? Or it happened already. You had a revolting torch. These really are better outside.
Yeah?
The live streams. Wonder what I'm going to do. Well, in the winter, I'll do the fires again. We had been doing fires in the background when in the cool weather. I need 21 to hit 500. Looks like we have 27 here. Just saying. Y'all go subscribe to Sanctified Supply Company too. I will be subscribing to him as soon as this is over. Because if Leland doesn't come through for me, Wes, I'm gonna have to go talk to Sanctified Supply. She drove from Virginia Beach to San Diego with me at 1 and my sister at 3. I've heard I was trouble the whole way. I mean, a week in a car for a 1-year-old is, you're just gonna have trouble. There's no way around it. Something has to be said about a handlebar mustache with the ends on fire, though. Yeah, a lot of my favorite cartoons end that way. I feel like, didn't that happen a lot in the Looney Tunes? I think Yosemite Sam's mustache caught on fire all the time. God, that cartoon with Yosemite Sam and Bugs Bunny playing the piano, where they were running for some kind of, I think they were running for mayor, and they got into this debate, and Yosemite Sam was trying to get Bugs Bunny to play a song on the piano with a piece of dynamite underneath one key, and he kept missing it. And Yosemite Sam kept blowing himself up on the piano. And I think his mustache, oh God, that was funny stuff. Those cartoons, the other one that was funny, they were all funny. But Bugs Bunny and Dracula, when Bugs Bunny kept saying the magic word to make Dracula turn back and forth to a bat. Oh my God. That was hysterical. Dracula was going to brain him with a big rock, and Bugs Bunny turned him into a bat, and so the rock...
What was the word?
I don't remember. No, Hunter Kirk is at 481. Yeah, so we need 21 to get Sanctified Supply to 500. We needed one of you guys to go and get Homegrown Liberty to 345. They'd be in a relationship today. And then we need to get... who else was that? Oh, Hunter Kirk. He's at 481. We could technically get him to 500 tonight, too. Yeah, the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner Hour was the best. I swear to God, there were probably only like 10 different Roadrunner vignettes, but they kept, splicing them together in different ways, and they were all funny no matter what. Oh, Palmetto's at 1300. You're getting too close to me, Palmetto. You know what, Palmetto? I remember back when I thought that I was helping Bear out, when Bear was at I subscribed to Bear's channel at 145, when he had like less than 200 subscribers. Like, let me help this young man out.
When he was like TJ
Yeah,
something or other.
TJ and Squid or something. Yeah.
I think it was even before the squid part. It was
Yeah.
just
Like, let me help this. And now he's blown past. I think he's at Pastor Fox level now. And now he throws people my way. Wes, good evening, sir. Thank you. Wes, what is that? I'll text you. I want to find. You've told me before, and I keep failing to follow up on it. But I do want to get that app you have. And once I get it, you'll be the first guest we have. I know a lot of YouTubers that I used to do live streams with and go visit and that are now internet famous. Yeah, the other one is Ozark Homestead, maybe. He's blown up. StreamYard, thank you, Rob. I'll forget it again, I guarantee you. StreamYard. CM is still with us. What a great woman. CM is a published author.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What did she write?
I believe she writes romance novels, if I remember correctly.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, CM. I am pulling that from my memory. We were trying to hook CM up with David Burden. We wanted those two crazy kids to make it, but I don't think they made it past the first week. I was very disappointed.
No, not me. She says.
Who was that? That must have been that other one who. There was another one at that. Another one like.
What other?
It was someone else. There was another lady who was here about the same time CM was, and it must have been her who was the romance novelist.
I don't remember that.
Because we did a video called the Prepper Dating Service, and we were trying to hook up unmarried preppers. Of course, hopefully I don't get that wrong either, CM. If I'm misremembering that too, please forgive me. I think she was from Georgia. I hate that when I get... People are so important, and then when you confuse them, it sounds like they're not important, and I hate that. I hate doing that. Oh, my most viewed video was when I went to a bug out bag exercise that Pastor Joe did. You know, my most viewed video, I've got this one video. It's got like 150,000 views on it. And I watch it now and I think, oh, I'd like to do that different now. PJF does rock. He is not that far from you in East Texas. Obviously, it's very difficult. You know, you've really got to get to his inner circle is very difficult. But it's not impossible.
Nick Mikey is in the Ozarks.
Oh, really?
That's what he said earlier.
I think Palmetto's about to be somewhere near the 28,000 views. That's pretty good. Palmetto, aren't you moving somewhere near the Ozarks now? He's going from 2 hours away to 12, 14 hours away. Oh, East Texas Wildman is Special Forces. Nice. What branch, East Texas? It's just regular old infantry. Yeah, Northeast Oklahoma. So that sort of that corner there. So are you going to be able to fellowship with those Torah keepers out there? I know Northeast Oklahoma, that puts you close to Bear, doesn't it? Yeah, I've got one at 145. Sanctified is in South Missouri. Oh, a Special Forces medic. Ooh. East Texas, you might be able to get, you'd at least have Pastor Fox's attention. He's actually said something one time about looking for a Special Forces medic. I think he was trying to get a daughter married, but still, uh, he definitely has appreciation for Special Forces medics. Yeah, I have one video that has 145,000 views, and then like the next one is like 50,000. There was this glorious period from like the first couple years of the channel where I really thought, the growth was going to continue, but it stalled out. Bear is 2 hours away, but there's another camp just down the street. Oh, are you going to be Ram Camp? Are you going to be near Ram Camp? That young man who, I think it's Ram. There's 3 camps, and I shouldn't. I don't want to. I want to observe OPSEC, but I don't. I think they've said this publicly before. There's 3 main camps, and one of them is headed by Pastor Fox. The other is headed by Bear, and then the other is headed by a young man. I won't name him, but I got to meet him at one of Bear's events, and he was an impressive young man. I liked him a lot, and if you're going to be near his group, that would be a good thing.
Why?
Okay, Sac City says, some of you said you served or have family that did. What do you think about the music video from the Five Finger Death Punch song called Wrong Side of Heaven? I am not familiar with that, Sac City. I'll have to look that up. Yeah, him, Palmetto. I didn't know when I met him, he wasn't former, he was still current. I actually met quite a few fairly impressive young men at that event. Well, I like him a lot. I tell you, when he impressed me when I first met him the first time, and then the second time I met him, he had to drive over the way out here for one of Bear's events, and he was traveling on the Sabbath, and he didn't want to have to do any commerce, so he strapped like 20 5-gallon gas cans to the top of his minivan so he wouldn't have to buy gas, so he could just fuel it. I was like, damn it, young man, that's impressive. That's showing some dedication. I'd be honest with you, in his situation, I might have caved and just bought the gas. He inspired me with his obedience there. I need a secure channel of communications to find like-minded individuals in the foothills of North Carolina. Ooh. Okay, so Mark, I might be able to hook you up with someone. We have a very solid Torah keeper here who is shifting his base of operations to the North Carolina mountains. His name's David. He wouldn't mind me saying that much. If you shoot me your email, I know I should. Do I have your contact information, Mark? I feel like I should, but if I don't, if I have your contact information, I will give it to him, because he's bought some acreage up there and he's starting to improve it. And he would be an excellent contact. This is a young man who can get stuff done. I always admire that so much. And David, if David decides to do something, bam, it gets done like that. So I will get your contact information to him. Email it to me, therevoltingman@outlook.com. North Carolina's pretty big, so I'm not sure where you would be in the foothills in comparison to where he's at. I think he's kind of close to Tennessee, if I remember correctly. He's definitely in the mountains. Highland. Oh, was it McMikey who was saying that you need to meet people? Rob, thank you, sir. Have a good evening. I would love to see you do a reaction video to it. It's an amazing group who speaks on homeless veterans. I'll look into it. I'd like to see it. Between Salisbury and Winston. Yeah, Mark, you're not too terribly far from him. It would definitely be within striking distance. He's split right now between here and there, but he's really wanting to shift his focus up there. So he would probably appreciate your contact information. If I wasn't on my phone right now, I would check and see if I've got your contact stuff. I feel like I do. Yo, I have one problem, Sac City, with homeless veterans, and this, I don't know how many of them are scammers, but I know a significant amount of them are. And I mean that makes sense. We're all, there's a lot of people with sympathy towards veterans and especially homeless veterans, so it makes sense some people would scam. Mark, it's done. I'm not going any farther. It was a good smoke, though. I enjoyed it. My previous go-to smoke was the Onyx Reserve Number 4. They no longer make them, so I have to find another go-to smoke. I'm not sure what that's going to be yet. I feel like I need another glass of tea. Do you feel like you can?
No, I feel like I'm going to fall asleep.
You want to get me another glass of tea then?
Sure.
Oh, never mind. This is still half full. Hold on a second. I'm out of ice, too. Thank you, baby. Coyotes are going crazy tonight. We have not had coyotes since we got Great Pyrenees. My stepdaughter, the last one we had, my stepdaughter was walking to the bus stop one morning. It's a good cigar. It was a good cigar. And she says a coyote shot past her going 1,000,000 miles an hour. And right behind him was our Great Pyrenees, just flat out. And that's the last even shadow of a coyote we've seen. Anyway. And neighbors just a mile away have a terrible problem with them. I am so sold on these Pyrenees. I think they're just amazing dogs. That neighbor just opened up. Are you done, baby?
I might come.
Okay. Anyway, I think we're winding down anyway, so if you want to come say goodnight, we'll... Okay, I don't have the typical amount of sympathy for homeless people, especially veterans. So many and Paul Meadows, paratrooper, obviously is a veteran, and I'm a veteran, and so maybe we're a little, you don't help people. You help people. It's as much about what it says about you as it is about them. So we all need to show certain amounts of sympathy. And I know veterans have less sympathy for homeless veterans than other people do. And that's maybe says something about us. I don't know. I've had so many approach me not knowing that I was a veteran. And, they start giving you their story. And, when you are a veteran, even with me being in the Marine Corps, maybe I don't know that much about the Air Force, but you still know the lingo, and the way things work, and so they'll start telling you their story, and right away, instantly. Like, I just had a guy on a comment on another video try to start shaming me about Sharon. She'll be right back, I'm pretty sure. Oh, you're not being a good Marine. And he said, what would your drill sergeant say about this? Like, well, you're a jackass. Marine Corps doesn't have drill sergeants. We have drill instructors. And they're pretty much the same thing. The drill sergeant does the exact same thing that a drill instructor does. But you would never call a Marine Corps drill instructor a drill sergeant. Hey, CM, Semper Fi, good night, ma'am. Thank you. And so I knew right away this guy, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And he wasn't necessarily claiming to be a Marine. He was sort of implying that he knew. But right away, I know this guy knows nothing, not a damn thing. And so you just get a little jaded. because that stuff happens. It happens a lot. Maybe not all the time, but it happens enough that it just gets discouraging because you don't want to be rude to these people, but stolen valor is a big deal. You know, I'm not a combat veteran. I never saw combat. I served in the infantry. I got around a few little conflicts here and there, but I never got into combat. And so I admire the men who have withstood that test. And for me, if I claim to have been in combat, I'm doing two things. First off, I'm taking something that's not mine. But the other thing, and this is actually even the worst thing, this is the worst part. I have honorable service. I'm proud of my service, and I should be. And for me to if I was trying to make my service more than it was, I'm actually dishonoring all because most men who have served are like me. Well, not so much anymore. Prior to the War on Terror, you know,
Oh, I'm gonna kill this cat.
most veterans hadn't seen combat. And then for me to try to up my, my resume or whatever is like I'm dishonoring my service and the service of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of other men who like I said, honorable. I'm going to say this phrase over and over. I'm acting like that wasn't good enough. What am I saying about them if I'm claiming this thing? It's like, oh, it's not good enough that I was a regular Marine. I've got to be, the joke is space shuttle door gunner. You talk to these guys and they frequently claim to have been door gunners because door gunners had such short lifespans, and it's kind of cool and high speed, and East Texas wild man he'll tell you, the people who claim to be special forces guys all the time, guys with honorable service, nothing to be ashamed of. They did more than 99.99% of other men. They served, they volunteered, they did their duty, but it's not good enough. They've got to pretend to be something more or something else. And it's when you are a veteran and you run into this stuff, and especially the total scammers, the guys who never served and are just pretending to have served. That's kind of flattering in a way sometimes. You're like, yeah, I am cool, and you should want to be like me. But when you run into those guys who had honorable service and have to try to make it more than it was, they were space shuttle door gunners, that gets really discouraging. And then you end up having to either, because, when you meet another veteran, the first thing you start doing is telling stories. And now you've either got to, let this guy continue in you have to not identify yourself as a veteran, or you have to kind of say, yeah, look, I know you're a bullshit scam artist, and, shut up. Anyway, that was a tangent. East Texas Wildman said something. Most of them have problems, PTSD or other problems. They are all brothers, but there are many who have stolen valor or are just lazy. Yeah. There are some of them are real, and I would like to help those who are real. My experience with homeless people is that frequently they have burned every bridge. You don't get out of the military and go straight to the streets. You've got a drug problem, and you have, don't get in my tea, cat. And you have worn out everyone who's ever tried to help you, and usually that's how you end up in the street. And it's hard to help that kind of person. They'll take whatever you'll give them. They'll suck you dry, and you won't have improved their situation at all. Sometimes rock bottom is just where you need to be, and I've been close to rock bottom. Yeah, East Texas Wildman. I've met more SF guys since I got out than when I was in. Yeah. You can tell an SF guy almost just as soon as you meet them, you can tell. Wes S is on the phone. I guess he's just giving us an update. Thank you, Wes. It's good to be able to keep up with you.
So, how long has it taken you to grow your beard?
You might, when I shave this, how long does it take to come back, you think?
We can look on your videos.
Yeah. I think if I don't shave often. I'm a little bit like a woman who, has something bad happen, so she needs to have a hairdo, a hairstyle change. So like if I need, obviously I don't do my hair, so every once in a very long while I'll shave because I need a change. And I feel like the beard's usually back within 2 to 3 months.
Not like that.
Not like this. It doesn't. Mine won't grow probably any longer than this, any more than this. Every once in a while, well, yeah, it'll start bifurcating down here. So every once in a while, I trimmed it for Madeline's wedding. Yeah. So I trimmed it probably 6 months ago.
But how short did you trim it?
Not far.
You just did a little trim.
Yeah, I took off I just did the bottom. But yeah, I feel like if I shaved, I could be back, presentable, looking like a man with testosterone within 2 months. I don't have a great beard. As you can see, it's really wispy over here. It never really fills in. So, but at least it's a beard. I have a brother who can't even grow. I mean, he doesn't have to shave. He just doesn't have to shave. I might have a couple of those. So I'm not complaining. But C103, he's probably not still on here. He was on here earlier. C103 has a glorious beard. I mean, and he's like 6'4", just big, tall, burly guy with this just full, luxuriant, long beard. It's great. And Jeff has a really good beard too.
Not anymore.
You can always tell the Marine, you just can't tell them much. West says, I grew up with Vietnam veterans who had missing body parts and shredded souls. None had a handout. Here's the thing about beards, though, Sanctified. They grow on you. Bifurcate that thing and braid tiny knives into it. Yeah. Oh man, someone needs to make that. There needs to be a beard knife. Why hasn't that been done yet? Those are all a little short.
You know, it's getting shorter the farther down I'm scrolling.
Well, you're scrolling backwards. I had shaved it recently.
Well, I missed it. How did I miss it?
No, you got to keep going backwards.
Well, that's what I'm doing.
It should be getting shorter though. You're getting close to a
I
beard.
know. That's what I was doing. Shorter, shorter.
Shorter, shorter.
Shorter.
Lots of axe.
Oh, look at that.
I was going through an axe period there. Oh yes, I must have shaved it between. Well, it was pretty short there too, though. Oh, I know when I shaved it. I shaved it that Thanksgiving weekend that I got fired from Track D. I think that's the last time I shaved it.
Yeah. The girls are funny. They're like, I don't want to see him without his beard. I'll just stay in my room until it grows back. Let me know when it grows back. Really look
Yeah.
nice in that one.
Yeah, I either need to let it grow completely out or keep it at that, like, sexy scruff thing, you know? There we go.
There's the baby face.
Yeah, there it is.
3 years ago.
Oh my God, that's awful. Let me see what,
Show 'em.
show that. You see this? So this was 3 years ago. This would. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. I don't know if y'all can see this or not. So beard, no beard. I lose about 15 years of manhood when I shave. So So these will, if we click on them, they'll tell us. No, it won't. It just says 3 years. I was thinking it would give if I go into studio, it would tell us, but it's not worth all that. A couple months, 2-3 months. Warn a fellow, would you? Yeah, if you see me without a beard, you wouldn't recognize me.
It has a date, November 29th, 2018.
Oh yeah, so, and then just scroll forward, I guess, too. No, that's backwards. We're gonna get a good, hey, Lance Corporal Veteran's back. Hey, we're gonna, Mariah told me that you'd asked us to take a look at a garden video you did, Lance Corporal Veteran. We are gonna do that. Feel free to post a link to that video in the chat.
Okay, so would you say it's back there?
I love that video. This is one of my favorite videos.
So that would have been January 19. So
2 months. Yeah, about 10 weeks. Oh, Wes S has a good beard too. I'm sorry, Wes, I wasn't thinking. Palmetto, okay, Palmetto got it. It doesn't look like it did a link. Well, anyway. Well, that's Corporal Veteran. I will definitely go watch that video, and I can recommend it.
What area in the country is he?
What area?
Where are you located so we can know?
Apparently, I'm translating tonight.
I'm just getting really tired.
I'll do the sign language translation. I grew my beard. I looked like a terrorist. Went home straight. So, here's an interesting observation I had one time, Sac City. Women got the right to vote in 1919. Yeah, Wes caught COVID when he shaved his beard. Serves you right. Women got the right to vote in 1919. We have not had a president with facial hair since. Now, Woodrow Wilson got elected in, when did Woodrow Wilson get elected? I don't remember, 1915 maybe. And he didn't have facial hair either. So he challenges this theory just a little bit. But prior to that, every single president we'd ever had some level of facial hair. Now, not all had full beards. Some had, like Teddy Roosevelt had that magnificent mustache. Some had like mutton chops. But everyone had some form of facial hair. Mark just cut 18 inches off of his. Felt like I was taking care of a Hollywood starlet's hair, only upside down. So there's something about facial hair on a man that bothers women, a certain kind of woman. And the more someone objects to you having a beard, the less likely it is that you should take that person's opinion seriously. That being said, my mother has begged me to shave mine for years, and I love her to death, so. She's the reason I had one to begin with, so. I love peanuts. I don't ever want to be without one. Now, I recognize at some point I'll get so old, and that people are having to clean me up after I eat, and so I'll have to shave at that point. But at that point, I won't deserve a beard anymore, so. It's this badge of virility and strength and Sharon likes it. There's one little thing. I worry sometimes when I kiss you that it's just like this horrible experience for you. You want to? Lance Corporal veterans had a connected mustache and goatee. His job requires it. What job is that? Unless you're still in the Marine Corps, in which case I know. You plan on being a dribbler? Sharon, I know me. And I know when I finally go, you know, and I get to my dotage, it's going to be a wonderful period in my life. I mean, I'll be happy every day. I'll be having wonderful experiences in my mind. I'll be, you know, an emperor, and I'll be giving speeches in the nursing home, and, you know, it's going to be great. But I will definitely probably need full-time care. I'll be that old man naked in the middle of the street, you know, waving at everyone like the Queen. I'm the opposite, Palmetto. I mean, I love the whole thing. But to me, the mustache is key. See, the mustache is the big, full, you know, I've got a great mustache. Interesting, my father can't grow a beard, but he also has a great mustache. Oh, security job, yeah. They want that military look. East Texas has full bred.
Beard? Oh.
Better to go out on a log pile with axe in hand. Hunter Kirk, I'm assuming you've seen the movie Secondhand Lions. That seems like the way to go right there. I hate not being able to wipe sweat off of my top lip. It wicks. The mustache just wicks it right away. Now, the other thing it does is it wicks up anything you're drinking. So I'll like in the morning I always take a glass of tea with me when I leave. Yeah, it is a good movie, Hunter Kirk. And so I'll take a sip of my tea. It'll wick up like a half gallon of tea, and then I'll go to kiss Mariah goodbye, and she gets sweet tea smeared all over her face. So it has that one little downside. Oh, and this happens. And this happens on live streams a lot. I'll do this. I'll take a sip of tea. The mustache will have whipped up a bunch of tea. So then I go, and then I see the live stream later, and I'm like, stop doing that. Oh, that's awful. It drives me nuts. Lance Corporal veteran comes from a majority Mexican family, and he retracted that. I'm not ashamed of coming from a Mexican family. The Mexicans are going to save us. Oh, one of the main reasons I'm so optimistic right now is that Mexicans are I don't want to be insensitive, but I'm probably going to be anyway. But this shouldn't be insensitive. But they're entrepreneurs, and they're workers, and they're trying to build these businesses, and they're starting to see that these liberals and socialists and Democrats are just destroying, you know, everything that they're working to build. And we have got a chance to turn this damn thing around, largely on the backs of Mexicans. That is insensitive. We've just got, there's a few little areas where we're not completely synced up. And I've read this in an article. This isn't me saying this. Mexicans tend to, they value a certain level of social safety net. Not necessarily, you know, full-blown socialist welfare, but like they value things like unemployment insurance and Social Security and Medicaid, but like at sane levels. They're not these full-blown AOC, you know, cradle-to-grave socialists. They just like a little bit of a net just in case. And they're not as sold on the Second Amendment as your crazy. Now I know Lance Corporal veteran is, but you know, some crazy, you know, hillbilly redneck like me. The Second Amendment is it. Nothing else matters, or as much. And I think due to the influence of the Catholic Church, it's not as important to them. But they accept it enough to where if conservatives can approach these Hispanic communities and say, look, we understand a certain reasonable social safety net, meet us halfway on, not halfway, there's no halfway on the Second Amendment, but compromise with us on gun rights, there really could be a lasting coalition there that could forestall the ultimate tyranny by a couple generations. It could be transformational for this country if we can get that last little bit of separation, click them over, and if we can even reach 25 to 35% of these Hispanic voters, man, we could have maybe not a golden age, but we could stop the decline. We could at least buy ourselves some breathing room to try and raise up these next generations and let these really crazy whack jobs die off. And who knows, we could forestall the worst of the tyranny. So I am very, 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 I shouldn't say very, 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 there is room for optimism in some of the trends we're seeing. Also, that's happening among some African American communities too. Not as much, but the levels are going up. It's gone up from 5% to 10% to now it's starting to push 15%. And with some of the Hispanic voters, it's getting up above 25%, 35%. I read something somewhere that said that in some communities it's as high as 50%, where they're trending more conservative, especially in Texas. The main article I read that was talking about this was saying that Hispanic women have saved the Republican Party in Texas. That Texas would have already switched blue and become majority Democrat if there weren't so many of these solid Catholic Hispanic women who are voting their Catholic faith, abortion and the gay and against the gay stuff and all that. So both Republicans and Democrats got the immigration thing wrong all these years. The Democrats were pushing it because they thought it was going to give them a permanent majority. The Republicans were resisting it because they thought it was going to put them in a permanent minority. And now it looks like both sides were wrong. It doesn't mean I've become an open borders. I'm still pretty hawkish on immigration, but I'm not as hawkish as I used to be. I'm very positive on Mexican immigration, Venezuelan, and Cuban, because those tend to be the three communities that are most open to conservative voting habits. And I mean, they're coming from Christian societies. Even if their beliefs don't sync up entirely with mine, they're still, they're still Christians, and that they believe in Jesus and the Bible, and they maybe added a few other little things in there, but hell, who doesn't? Other than Palmetto. Palmetto doesn't. Okay, so hopefully Lance Corporal Veteran's still with us, and I didn't run him off. Yeah, the Mexican vote is very religious, and they've seen how this socialism doesn't work. All right.
Good night, everyone.
Our beauty is leaving us. That poor thing's got to get up with the kids in the morning. So Palmetto and Sanctified are saying they feel like some major biblical events are popping off within 2 years. No date setting, which is important. Just ballparking. And Hunter Kirk says it's a nice thought, talking about what I was saying about conservative voting patterns among Hispanics. But assume the crash position. Sanctified wants to know what our thoughts are on major biblical events in the next 2 years. So I agree, major events. I believe America, and that's all of the Western Hemisphere, is destroyed before most of the events in the Revelation take place. When it talks about, thank you, Sharon. I'll pass that on to her. When it talks about 1/3 of the earth being wiped out and 1/3 of the people, I assume that's the Western Hemisphere. So when this stuff starts happening, it's going to happen hard and it's going to happen fast. So it could happen in the next 2 years. I'm not date setting one way or the other. When we're talking about just pure end of times, the Revelation, Mark of the Beast type stuff, I personally don't believe that there's a set time for that. I don't believe God wants that to happen. I believe strongly that he wants this world to exist as long as possible. He created it because he loves it, and he loves us, and he loves watching us and interacting with us, and he wants there to be more of us. I believe firmly that he would allow us to populate the universe if we could hold things together long enough to do that. Now, I'm under no illusion that we can do that, and I think we're closer to the end than we've ever been, obviously. I mean, obviously, because, we've been here longer than we've ever been. That's a nonsensical statement, but you know what I'm saying. But I do believe we can forestall those events. I ascribe to a certain form of dominion theology, that God wants his people to rule. Maybe not rule is not the right word, but to dominate, to be a dominant force. And I believe as long as there's a population of his people living his way and increasing, the West. So Palmetto, I'll get there. Let me go through this, and I think I'm probably agreeing with you. So yes, I think it could happen within 2 years. I am hopeful that that we might not be quite to that part yet. I am not very hopeful that the West can survive. I don't see any way for Europe to reverse itself. Although some interesting things are going on in Hungary and Poland, and we don't know what might come out of this Ukraine situation. There's some stirrings, mild stirrings in Italy, and there's some mild stirrings in Spain. Brazil also seems to be heading in a pretty good direction. So it's possible those areas do maintain. I don't believe we're at the point where all of the, what's the right term? Christian populations in the West, in America, let's say, are about to no longer exist. I don't believe America as we know it is going to exist much longer. It can't. We can't live together anymore. We're too different. We want two vastly different things. We either have to adopt a radical federalism. I mean a radical federalism, like a pre-Civil War federalism, where everyone thinks of themselves as a citizen of their state, and we just cooperate on the whole for defense and like money. And we really need our money to go away because our money is the main thing that's killing us. And our defense too. As long as we're rich and powerful, evil people are going to want to control that money and power. And our power obviously is our military. So our money and our military do really need to go away. And a whole host of things would improve right away. Because all the oligarchs and the tyrants and the thieves, and they wouldn't be interested anymore. They want the money and the power. So all that to say, I personally don't believe we're at the doorstep of the revelation of the beast emerging, and the Antichrist and all that. It's possible though, and it could be tomorrow, and we need to be ready for it to be tomorrow. It certainly could happen any time now. It certainly could happen in our lifetimes. And I'm not that young. I'm 40. I'll be 47 in October, so I'm pushing 50. But you know, God's timeline is not. You know, when God told Noah to build an ark, the flood was still hundreds of years away. I think I have that right. It was a long way away. I think it was hundreds of years. It could have been 60 or 80 or something. But it, you know, God said build an ark, and it was decades before it started raining. You know, God told Noah to go to Nineveh and tell them that the city was going to be destroyed, and it was 150 years later before the city got destroyed. So, you know, God does not move as quickly as we think. You know, the end times started with his ascension into heaven. You know, those were the last day started right then. This is the last. What's the right word? This is the last time he resets anything. You know, he resets stuff at the fall. He resets stuff at the flood. He resets stuff at Sinai. He resets stuff possibly with the captivity in 5, 7, whatever it was, when they went to Babylon. He definitely reset stuff with Christ. There's no more resets. We either make it work this time, or it's everybody out of the pool. But I don't think there's a set date where he said, okay, you know, drop dead, we're done. I think the right to vote should be. I did it again. I licked my mustache. Fortunately, I had my hand in the way. I apologize for that, man. I think the right to vote should be tied to, for lack of a better term, Christian men who have had a Christian son who's had a Christian son. So, Christian men down the male line. Christian grandfathers down the male line. So that would exclude me for the time being. None of my sons have had sons, although all my sons are in the faith so far. So obviously I would end up being able to vote, so I'm being a little disingenuous. My father would be able to vote. Hey, East Texas Wild Man. I don't know what your praise is, but we'll praise it with you. Thank you. Hopefully it wasn't the voting thing that ran you off. Praises the Lord. Praise the Lord. Because, you know, here's the thing with land ownership is good, but Bill Gates is the biggest landowner in America. So it's not, you know, you're going to have Bill Gates voting, but not some righteous poor man who just never got around to buying land. I don't like a wealth a wealth standard for voting. There's a lot of good, solid poor men out there, and there's a lot of idiot wealthy men. Lance Corporal veteran, service guarantees citizenship. Well done, sir. That is one of my all-time favorite movies, but the book is even better. And if you read the book, I'm assuming you have read the book. You really will say, this is, for those of you who don't know, this is Starship Troopers. And if you only know the movie is still pretty good. But if you only know the movie, you might think it's just some, you know, low-budget sci-fi flick. And, like, what's wrong with that? I love low-budget sci-fi flicks. The first Star Wars, actually, was a low-budget sci-fi flick. But the book was originally written as this, I call it utopian fiction. What is a citizen? Well, that's a good question, Mark. And it was this veteran talking about the way the world should be run. You know, he didn't set out to write a sci-fi story. He set out to tell you how the world should operate, and he couched it in this story about, you know, space marines killing aliens. Great book, great thoughts. The guy's a philosopher. I can't remember the guy who wrote it, but love it. Love his thoughts, love his ideas. It's amazing. And then, you know, the movie is great too. A lot of fun. It gets some of the ideas I thought it did a really good job with. I thought the movie was just really good. Heinlein, thank you, Hunter Kirk. I thought the movie did a really good job with uh, animating the book, being true to the book. It was now the movie doesn't take the book seriously. It doesn't agree with the book, but so the filmmakers are kind of laughing up their sleeves a little bit at it, but they were at least faithful to present the ideas of the book as much as you could without making the movie boring, and you still have an interesting movie. I read the book before I ever saw the movie, and I was not disappointed when I saw the movie. Robert Anson Heinlein. You know what? I should do a video on him. That would be an interesting video. I have to think about that. And his whole thing is you got to be a veteran of some form in order to be considered to have anything to do with the functioning of society. And there's all these people, and you see this in the movie too, where the main character's parents are like, why are you joining the military? Who cares if you get to vote? That's no big deal. You could get killed. It's not worth it. Go to college and have your job and just be a subject, not a citizen. And I don't know, it's just really neat ideas in a fun way too. Oh, really? The director didn't read the book and lied, calling it fascist. That's crazy. I can see that, though. They did make the uniforms of the intelligence services look a little Nazi-ish. So I can see where... Oh, Sharon is familiar with all this, too. Well done, ma'am. Sac City, 38, never voted in my life. They all tell a good story, but nothing changes. No, but and Palmetto Paratrooper will agree with you and excoriate me for this. One of the few areas we disagree. I still think voting is important because when you vote, there's a few reasons. First off, you're not choosing your leader. You're choosing your enemy. You're choosing the people who, if you have to fight them, will have weakened you the least in the process. I'm not sure if I'm saying this the right way. So a Democrat is going to take all of your money and all of your guns, and if you have to fight them, you're poor and unarmed. I do not believe that Republicans are good people, just because you have an R behind your name. But a Republican is going to take less of my money, and he's less likely to take my guns. That means when the time comes that I have to fight him, I'm in a better place to do so. There's two other reasons too. There's three reasons why I think voting is important. That's the first and most important one. The second reason is that they push things as far as they can. And while they steal elections, they know the real results of those elections, and they judge what they can get away with based off of the opposition they're seeing to their policies. And one of the ways we can register opposition is to vote. There's 4 reasons why I think voting is important. So if nothing else, we're sending a message to, the shadowy figures in the background, that our culture is not yet ready for the full treatment that they have planned. Another reason is that I've said this earlier in the live stream, if you were here then, violence is sacred. And if it does come time that we have to fight these people, our conscience needs to be clear before God. We need to have done everything we can to forestall that. And maybe voting doesn't have a huge effect on things, but it's still something. And we have to try everything possible before we get to high-speed lead exchanges. And the fourth reason is that they can't steal a vote that you cast. Because if there's only 10 million registered voters in the country, I have no idea if that's even remotely, they can't have 30 million votes cast. If you cast your vote, they can't steal your vote. They need people who are not voting, so there's votes out there for them to steal. So those are the 4 reasons why voting is important. I was going to recap, but I already forgot the first one. It's late. You have to forgive me. Damn it. What was the first one? Shit, I'm going to have to go back and watch my own video. What did I say? I did vote for Bush. I have an emotional attachment to Bush. I was recalled after September 11th. If you were there at that time, you kind of know what it was like and everyone's emotions. I have an emotional attachment to Bush. I know intellectually that he was a bad president. He's not a sincere person. Well, he probably is a sincere person, but he's an oligarch. He's one of them. He's a globalist elite, and he was telling us things he didn't believe to get elected. I'm sorry. I'm still proud of my vote for Trump. He wasn't perfect. I'm not perfect. Roe versus Wade got overturned. That, if nothing else happened in those 4 years except that, it was worth it. Now, there were some other good things that happened. We've had some pro-Second Amendment. Just lock it. I'll go around. We've had some pro-Second Amendment rulings. We've had some pro-Federalist rulings. We've had some rulings out of the Supreme Court that have neutered a little bit the bureaucracy. And Trump's presidency was a good thing. It wasn't perfect, but overall, it was a good thing. And I will... and in fact, there's a fifth reason to vote Trump. Trump happened because people voted. Hillary Clinton didn't. If Hillary had gotten in instead of Donald Trump, it would be over. The whole ball of wax. The Supreme Court would be a 6-3. The Supreme Court would be a 6-3 crazy libtard majority, and it would be over. Guns would already be gone. We already wouldn't have any guns. We'd be Canada. And all of us right now, what we would be talking about is, do we go die on the barricades now, or do we give in? That would be, we wouldn't be talking about 2 years down the road. We would be talking about tomorrow, or actually, it would already be over. We would have already done this or not. Trump saved a lot. I know he, like I said, wasn't perfect. There's lots of things I would change, but by God, the country is a vastly better place for him having been president. So I am a big advocate for voting, for all of those reasons that I can't remember now. Right after I said them, I've got the live stream right here. I should scroll back. Yeah, Palmetto's after me. He doesn't agree with me at all. Yeah, I agree, Sharon, 100%. The things he managed to do with what he faced is nothing short of phenomenal. No one has had more opposition, and we keep hearing stuff about what was going on behind his back in the administration, and it's unbelievable that he was able to get anything done. Mark is agreeing with Palmetto. They think it's all a waste of time. I'm not saying it's valuable for the reasons, for straightforward constitutional reasons, but I still think it's valuable for all those reasons I did list. Anyway, I will never regret having voted for Trump. Oh, we're losing Sanctified too. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Have a good evening. You know what? Let's go ahead and wrap this up. I know there's still 20 of you here, and usually I keep going until we get down like below 15. And I think if there's 20 people who are just cat. Generally, I think if there's 15 people who are or 20 people, 15, 20 people are interested in what's going on, we should keep going. But we're at 240 minutes now, and 240 divided by 6 is 4. This has been a 4-hour live stream. Hunter Kirk, have a good evening, sir. So we're gonna wrap this up. We'll do a few more minutes, let the chat wind down, let everyone, get their last thoughts out there and say goodnight. I'm not just gonna turn it off real quick, but we are in the final moments here. Men, even when you disagree with me, I appreciate you, especially when you disagree with me. I appreciate you all to no end. This has been an incredibly interesting live stream. This went very, very well. It was very nice having Mariah here. We need to do more with her. Yes, keep your powder dry and a weather eye on the horizon. Or as my hero, I can say this now because Half Can isn't here anymore. Or Mr. Keenan. Although Mr. Keenan's in the north, so maybe he doesn't share the same. The Irish hate Oliver Cromwell. A little bit of that is unfair. Sometimes some, not all, some. I'm not telling them their history. Some mistake Oliver Cromwell for Thomas Cromwell because Thomas Cromwell did some bad things in Ireland too. And then some don't realize that a lot of the things they're mad at Oliver Cromwell about, he sent in an invading army into Ireland and they did a lot of damage. But all armies did back then. But they were actually fighting an earlier English invading army that the king had sent. They weren't actually there to fight Irishmen. They were actually there to fight other Englishmen. Now the Irish got caught in the middle and it got ugly, and I'm not saying nothing bad happened. But it's not quite as bad sometimes as someone read my joke. I missed the joke. Here's a joke. A doctor met a lawyer at a party and asked, "What do you do to stop people from asking for advice?" The lawyer said, "I send them a bill." Next morning, the doctor found a bill in the mail. Nice. Iron does sharpen iron. So Oliver Cromwell is credited with having said, "Trust in God, but keep your powder dry." And that's one of the great quotes of all time, as far as I'm concerned. That's pretty good joke, Lance Corporal Veteran. So yes, trust in God, but trust in God and keep your powder dry. Men, we appreciate you. Share your email before you shoot him. No promises. Okay, Mark, you're supposed to be sending me contact information. Just go ahead and do it anyway, just in case I don't have it. Because if I don't have it, then I've got no way to tell you until we do one of these again, and who knows if you get to be there or not. So go ahead and shoot me that, therevoltingman@outlook.com, or if you have my phone number, text me. Sending you a bill, Lance Corporal. Nice. Who else? Probably no one else is still here. And I will get that to David, and I can't promise you obviously that he'll contact you, but I'll put it in front of him, and I think he probably will. All right. Sac City, it was good meeting you, sir. I love that name, Sac City Fish Slayer. Obviously, it's always great to have Les and Sharon. They bring a variety of perspective that not all of us have coming in. Sanctified Supply is still here. That's actually pretty flattering. Thank you. And I think that about wraps it up. Men, we appreciate you to know, and thank you, and have a good evening.